Can we have a huge round of applause for that? Amongst us today we have CMA Abhay Kumar Bevria sir. He's a Director of Finance of NALCO. We also have Sri Saroj Mahapatra sir, IRS. He's the Principal Commissioner of Income Tax, Cuttack. We have CMA Srikant Kumar Sahu sir, Director of Finance of OPTCL. We have CMA Gagan Bihari Swai sir, Director of Finance of OPGC. We also have CMA Kiro Chandrananda sir, Director of Finance of Gridco Limited. We have CMA Vibhuti Bhushan Naik sir, immediate former chair, former president of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. We also have CMA Aarti madam, who is the chairperson of AIRC of ICMI. I request all the dignitaries to please inaugurate this sacred function by lighting a sacred lamp. I request Damodar sir and the chairperson of the chapter to also join them. चलो चलो साउंड आसुनी साउंड आसुनी Can I request everyone to please stand?
तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्युर्मा मृतङ्गमस्य मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्युर्मामृतं गमय हंसपूर्णा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्युर्मामृतं गमय ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्ति
Now I request all the dignitaries to please come onto the dais and occupy the seats. Soumya. 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 জায়গা হনি না Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for doing the honors of lighting the lamp. Now, I would invite Damodar Mishra sir, Vice Chairman of AIRC of ICMI, to welcome our chief guest, CMA Abhay Kumar Bevria sir, Director of Finance of National Aluminium Company Limited. Thank you so much, Damu sir, for doing the honors. May I now request CMA Barda Prasan Naik, MC member of Bhubaneswar chapter and treasurer, to please welcome Shri Saroj Mahapatra sir, IRS, Principal Commissioner of Income Tax, Katak, Odisha. Now I request CMA Aravind Sahu to welcome CMA Srikant Kumar Sahu sir, Director Finance of Odisha Power Transmission Company Limited. Now I request CMA Saktidhar Singh sir, past chairman of ICMA Bhubaneswar, to welcome CMA Gagan Bihari Swai sir, Director Finance of Odisha Power Generation Corporation Limited. Now I request CMA Ramesh Chandra Patra, the past chairman of ICMA Bhubaneswar, to welcome CMA Kiro Chandra Nanda sir, Director Finance of Gridco Limited. Now I request CMA Manas Ranjan Lenka sir, past chairman of ICMA Bhubaneswar, to welcome CMA Bhuti Bhushan Naik sir, immediate past president of ICMAI. Now I request Gumadi sir from Nalco to welcome CMA Aarti Ganguly Madam, Chairperson of EIRC of ICMAI. Thank you so much, everyone. May I have a huge round of applause for everybody on the dais. Now, may I request our chairman, CMA Sarath Kumar Behra sir, to please give his welcome address.
कौन कहले हाँ 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 ठीक है मैंने पढ़ेबे तो ये करिए respected dignitaries on the dais, distinguished guests from the income tax department, Keys University, and this Ravenshaw University and Keys University, and from our friends from chapters, my MC colleagues, and dear participants. A very warm welcome to each one of you in this beautiful morning. It is indeed a matter of great pleasure that Government of India, through this CBTD, in collaboration with ICMI, uh, this important outreach program on the Income Tax Act 2025 with the ICMI Bhubaneswar. At the outset, I sincerely thanks and appreciate the visionary effort of the Government of India in introducing Income Tax Act 2025. This reform is not merely a change in law, but a step towards simplification, transparency, and trust-based governance. By making tax provisions clearer, reducing complexities, and enhancing easy compliance, and the government has truly made the system more tax user-friendly. This new tax acts as a bridge between taxpayers, honest and hardworking Indians on one side and the nation's progress in other side, encouraging voluntary compliance with supporting economic growth. It reflects a progressive approach that benefits professionals, businessmen, and the common citizens alike. At the outset, on behalf of Bhubaneswar chapter, I extend my hearty and respectful welcome to CMA Abhay Kumar Beuria, Director of Finance, NALCO. Sir, your gracious consent to be with us today is a matter of great honor. Thank you, sir, for your love and affection for the profession and our chapter. I also extend my deep gratitude and hearty welcome to Sri Saroj Mahapatra, IRS, Principal Commissioner Income Tax, for accepting our offer to be with us on this outreach program in spite of your busy schedule for your year-end target. Sir, we are grateful to you for your valuable presence. Sir, 1 hour experience with you while just when inviting you in Kotak really imprinted in my heart, and that cannot be forget in my life. It is quite impressed by your pleasing personality and the hearing your grievance redressal mechanism to solve the issues and problems. Sir, हम लोग क्या किया कि खाली हाथ आया था, खाली हाथ वे जाएँगे। That impression I carries in my heart. You sir, you are just on that माने मेरे हार्ट में सर था आपको सर नमन करता हूँ 100 times actually. Thank you so much for your here. Such experience are imprinted on my heart. May God bless you. A long life to serve our great nations. Thank you so much, sir. I am very proud that particularly and privileged the presence of our accomplished Director of Finance, leaders of our country public sector undertakings, CMA Abhar Beuria, Director of Finance, Lalco, CMA Srikant Sahu, Director of Finance, OPTCL, CM Gagan Bihari Swai, Director of Finance, OPGC, CM Nando Sir, Director of Finance, Gridco. Thank you, Srikant Sir, Gagan Sir, and Nando Sir, for your presence. And in one forum, I am very pleased. This is the first time that I'm seeing so many CMAs, Director of Finance in our meeting. Thank you so much, sir, for accepting our offer. Since time is short, I have been instructed to just complete it immediately. Among us, our great leader of our profession, Sri Vibhuti Bhushan Nayak, sir, my immediate former president of our esteemed institute. Thank you, sir, for your accepting our offer, your guidance, your dedicated service and contribution to the profession and chapter has always been a source of inspiration for members and students. Thank you, sir. We are also grateful to the Madam CMA Aruti Ganguly, Chairperson EIRC, for accepting our offer and my first phone call in spite of your busy schedule. Thank you, madam, for your love and affection for our chapter. And I, on behalf of MC members of ICMA Bhubaneswar, I express my deep gratitude for your presence in this income tax year. As cost and management accountant, we have significant role to play in this transition. We are not only facilitator of a compliance, but also partners in nation building, guiding and stakeholders with clarity and confidence. Today's program is a wonderful platform to learn, interact, and gain insights from our experts. I am confident that this session will enrich our understanding and prepare us for the effective implementation of the new tax regime. I once again welcome all our esteemed speakers and participants and wish the program a grand success. Thank you. Jai Hind. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Chairman, sir, for that short and beautiful welcome address of yours. I forgot to mention about a person, Mr. Ganesh Mudli, who has been working very, very hard to make this program a grand success. I request our chairperson to please felicitate Ganesh Mudli from who has come from ICMI headquarters. He is a young cost accountant who has graduated just in past 1 year. He has been working with the tax department and he has been making amends to various PPTs that have been going in the entire country for this program. I wish him all the luck so that he can achieve heights in his entire life. Thank you, Mr. Mudli. Now I would request CMA Aarti Ganguly Madam, Chairperson of the EIRC of ICMI, to please address the House.
Jai Jagannath, Namaskar. Respected Chief Guest CMA Abhay Kumar Beoria sir, Director Finance, National Aluminium Company Limited, NALCO. Thank you so much, sir, for your kind presence and also for extending support to our 45th conference, cost conference of EIRC. Thank you so much. Guest of honor, Sri Saroj Mahapatra, IRS Principal Commissioner of Income Tax, Katak, CMS Srikant Kumar Shahu, Director Finance, Odisha Power Transmission Company Limited, also our former Chairman of EIRC. CMA Gagan Bihari Swine, Director Finance, Odisha Power Generation Corporation Limited. We have missed you, sir, on 45th conference. CMA Kishore Chandra Nanda, Director Finance, Vitco, and CMA Vibhuti Bhushan Nayak, immediate former President of ICMAI. CMA Sharad Kumar Behra, Chairman, Bhubaneswar Chapter. CMA Avinash Kotni, Vice Chairman. CMA Shumay Ranjan Jena, Secretary of Bhubaneswar Chapter. My council colleague, Damodar Misro, Vice Chairman of EIRC, and CMA Uttam Nayak may come shortly. He is the former Chairman of EIRC. and the vibrant team of Bhubaneswar MC committee present here, former chairman of EIRC present here, former chairman of Bhubaneswar chapter, resource person CMA advocate Niranjan Sain sir, আসেনি না? CMA Sudhanshu Kumar Shahu and also Avinash Kotni. And lastly, Sri Ganesh Murthy from ICMI. And esteemed members, all the members present here, beloved students, a very good morning to all of you. At the outset, I express my sincere gratitude to the Bhubaneswar chapter for inviting me to be a part of this important seminar, Prarambh 2026, focusing on the Income Tax Act 2025. It is indeed a privilege to be at present here in the vibrant city of Bhubaneswar again. It is my fifth visit to Bhubaneswar as a regional council member of EIRC. At the thank you so much. This seminar comes at a very crucial juncture. The introduction of the Income Tax Act 2025 marks not just a legislative change but a transformational shift in the way taxation will be administered, interpreted, and complied within India. We are witnessing a paradigm shift from complexity to clarity. The new act is expected to simplify language, rationalize provisions, and remove reboundness that existed in the earlier Tax Act framework. As cost and management accountants, this transition brings both opportunity and responsibility. The new law aims at reducing multiple examples of deductions. The Act promotes complete digitization and real-time data reconciliation. The faceless regime ensures transparency and reduce subjectivity. The Act aims to reduce disputes by introducing clear provision and advance rulings. In this evolving environment, the role of CMAs becomes even more significant as advisors, as compliance experts, as strategic partners. We are decision makers and value creators. The theme Prarambh itself signifies a new beginning. Let us embrace this change with preparedness and positivity. Before I conclude, I once again congratulate the organizers for arranging this timely and relevant seminar. I am confident that today's deliberations by eminent speakers will enrich all of us and provide practical insights into the new law. Let us work together to make this transition smooth, effective, and beneficial for the nation's economic growth. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Arti madam, for that insightful address of yours. May I now request CMA Vibhuti Bhushan Naik sir to please address.
Thank you, Abhinas. Good morning to all. Namaskar. Jai Jagannath. Honorable Chief Guest, our icon, four icon today we are receiving on the dais, CMA Abhay Kumar ji, CMA Srikant Babu, CMA Gagan Babu, and Khirod Babu, CMA Khirod Babu, all are Director of Finance and not in Odisha, they are the icon of our profession nationally. I welcome on behalf of Institute, your presence definitely will get inspiration in this juncture. And Honorable Saroj Mahapatra ji, I am happy that after a long time near about 1 year, sir. You are again here on the dais with us. And big thanks to CBDT that this time CBDT recognized us as a strong stakeholder. And this Prarambh, one of the strategy of CBDT for outreach program, Prarambh is there, educational resources and media, that means through FAQ. Madhukar explained that animated, another approach, stakeholders consultation, targeted outreach beyond metros also. Also our chapter and institute, we are preparing and also we are ready with one small budget, 2 crore rupees, to cover maximum educational institution in India. That means for Bhubaneswar chapter and Cuttack chapter, Raulkela chapter, they will cover maximum colleges because that is the best place for this awareness campaigning of 2025 Income Tax Act. All we know that there is no excuse to ignorance of law. There is no excuse to ignorance of law. All we know, but it is not known to general public. And another factor, risk factor for any DDO, small organization starting from small to big organization, drawing and disbursement officer who are responsible for TDS, TCS and tax calculation. Here there is personal liability. All we know that lifting of corporate veil is there. One concept in Companies Act, for any transaction, no person, no officer, no director will be personally liable. But this is the first situation out of 7 situations. One person working on behalf of any entity will be personally liable if that person is not complying the income tax provisions. So it is necessary, and we welcome the approach of CBDT. That digital tools and platforms also they have already started. Sambad series also. For this strategy, on behalf of Institute, I am extending a heartfelt thanks to CBDT that although it is also enhancing our responsibility, and Ganesh Mudali was felicitated and he said for last 15 days to design our new curriculum of direct tax, both for inter and final. So, lot of challenges before our institute also, sir. And regarding this outreach program, our experts, they will say something objective of simplification of this. It is very clear, not to explain here. But I am recalling the history of this Income Tax Act. It was started in India in Treta Yug, Dwapar Yug also, but in black and white as a act, Indian Income Tax Act. It was started in India 1860. After that mutiny of 1857, British period was there. Then 1860 was the first. Then another, it was modified like this 2025, 1922, another Indian Income Tax Act created out of amendment. That means the hero was Sir James Wilson. In that act, some jargons, colonial, that means British jargons were there, which was the main point of anomaly, confusion in our 1961 Act. Although it was started with 298 sections, but gradually after 50, 60, 50 to 60 amendment, the entire, including all subsection, it become near about 1000 sections. 1000, including subsections. So now this new act, sir, it is limited, omitting the unnecessary provisions. Now it is restricted with 536 sections. The experts will explain in detail. And purpose of this outreach program, today program, that this is the beginning. That's why the very appropriate name is Praram. Already rules also it is approved, and just 1 week back rules came, and the same thing also. Rule was 134, but now it is more in a more explained manner. The total rule now it is, expert can say whether I am correct or wrong, 333. 333 rules now, and lot of changes you will find in the rules. The minor anomaly now it is eradicated. So again, we are grateful to CBDT taking a very timely steps in introducing this 2025 Act and 2026 rules. And same time also, Government of India, yesterday or day before yesterday, Companies Amendment Bill also it is passed, which is, there is certain relation with this Income Tax Act also. So this is the platform only for Mahapatra Abu. I am stating something. Our profession now, we are very pleased that now we are very close and closer with CBDT. We are not getting proper visibility in CBDT. And now we are getting chance, even personal interaction with CBDT chairman, Rabi Agrawal ji, near about 4 to 5 times. And we have expressed our prayer, not demand. We are in prayer stage that in many places, our members, our professionals, our young chaps, actually, they are very, very expert in real sense. But somehow in the act, we are getting, gradually we are getting visibility, and also we are ready to take the responsibility. But some area we need more visibility, more participation. One example, sir, I am giving. I am taking time because if I am not expressing, and this is the opportunity, and you will hear at least a little bit help you can generate from here also. One section was there in 61, 142. 142 2A. That is inquiry before assessment. Inquiry before assessment, there CBDT thought that our professionals are the befitting person that for inventory valuation. Inventory valuation is the number one strategy of manipulating of one account for changing the taxable income of any entity. So a big thanks to CBDT, and we are obliged to CBDT and Government of India that CMA, they are recognized. But here, all we should realize, it should be mandatory. It is my view now, institute view. Also, we have represented why it is mandatory, because any organization, service sector, manufacturing sector, or MSME, inventory will be there. Inventory includes your inputs, raw material, and finished goods, or work in progress, everything. So it is very important. It is more important getting the certified balance sheet and profit and loss account of any entity. If this transaction or this aspect will be mandatory for all, and our professionals can do it in a very good manner, and very good outcome will come, and inventory valuation certificate should be compulsory for all organizations, so that more value can be generated, more transparency can be established, and we can achieve in a very good manner the objective of Viksit Bharat 2047. So now it is under section 268, sir. 268, that it is happening like this, that assessing officer will say that some doubt is there, because the section, very section is scrutiny before assessment, scrutiny before assessment. If assessing officer is in doubt that some manipulation is there, window dressing is there, or falsification is there in the inventory debtors and others and other aspects, it is given to other professionals. But this is the most important aspect, inventory valuation. So already we have represented. We need your support, sir. And some other, and recently also advance pricing agreement also in this rule, CMAs are recognized. So gradually, definitely we will get the complete recognition from government and CBDT. But through you, sir, I want to express some places, if it is there, if CBDT or government is giving responsibility of certification, then we'll be very obliged and our professionals can generate more value to uh, government of India. One example I am giving, sir, amortization of preliminary expenses. In 61, the section was 35D. Now it is under section 44. Amortization of preliminary expenses, that means preliminary expenses, that deduction that assessee will get under section 44, present 44, there is a limit cap, 5% of the cost of capital and capital employed, cost of the project and capital employed, whichever is higher. Cost of the project, here is our cost. This is our core area, domain area. Our professionals are very experts, and we should get the responsibility of certification in amortization of preliminary expenses. The second, it was section 35. At present, it is section 45. Expenditure on scientific research. Expenditure on scientific research, it is totally on the basis of expenditure. If any entity is conducting scientific research, that 100 or 125% weighted reduction can be. But here, certification is necessary, but certification should be assigned to our professionals, because our professionals are having core competency on cost. This is our core area. Another section 35 AD was 61 and at present it is 46. Capital expenditure on specified business. Specified business are near about 10, 12 specified business. Slurry, last one is slurry pipelines and warehousing like this. Here also the deduction capital on capital expenditure. On capital expenditure, assessee will get the deduction. In new act also it is there, but certification must be there, and it is certification is there. Other persons they are doing, but we are our professionals. Maximum our professionals are having dual qualification also. It is not a factor, sir. Our core competence is cost. For that reason, that advance pricing agreement, that where price is there, cost is there. Without cost, price is not possible. So here it is directly, sir, cost expenditure, capital expenditure, and like this, sir. Important aspects I am saying is tea, coffee, rubber development 33 AB, one section, now it is 48. Tea, rubber, coffee development, that near about 40% reduction assessee is getting on the basis of that first certification. So here also we are already we have represented to government as well as CBDT. Already we have taken the discussion also with CBDT chairman, but we need your support and your input and your our appeal should be passed on in your after this program. At least you should write that cost accountant CMH should be uh, referred for this certification. Amortization of expenses of prospecting minerals 35E, and now it is section 51. Amortization, that previous 10 years expenses assessee will get over 5 years. Here also entire thing is cost. Like this, are so many sections are there. In capital gain slum sale is there, 50B was there, at present it is 77, and specified business also, and additional employee cost. Sir, this is very interesting. Additional employee cost, any organization is employing additional labor for employment. Suppose one company appoint 50 employee in a year. So additional direct labor cost. Additional direct labor cost, say it is 1 crore. So 30%, that means 30 lakhs that assessee will get a deduction under this section. Now, present section is 146. Like this, offshore banking system and tonnage tax and AMT and MAT certification also. Uh, uh, Another last one is your transfer pricing. International transaction and transfer pricing, the transfer pricing certification, it is totally 100% the core area of cost accountant. Arm length price cannot be calculated if you are not one method is there out of 5 methods. One method is there already, it is on cost basis, and all other methods also, although we are saying price, but it is there is linked to already. I expressed that price is not possible without the concept of cost. So like this, so many aspects are there, and now we are ready to take the responsibility of Government of India and CBDT and our planning, institute planning. This is the beginning, Praram, that we are taking throughout India, that outreach program, and our planning uh, to cover maximum school and colleges to educate. Also, our planning to cover maximum corporate bodies, because DTOs are working, and we are here to extend our support to government and to participate in nation building. Thank you, sir. This is the inaugural session.
Thank you so much, Naik sir, for that insightful speech. Uh, Naik sir has been spearheading this entire task force of the new CBDT 2025 Act. So that is the reason why we received this noble initiative, and this responsibility has been bestowed upon us just because of Naik sir. Can we have a huge round of applause for Naik sir? Now may I request CMA Abhay Kumar Bevria sir, Director Finance of NALCO, to please address the House.
Hello. Respected and distinguished guests on the dais, Sri Saroj Kumar Mahapatra, Principal Commissioner of Income Tax, my colleague directors from State CPSC, States Public Sector Undertaking, Mr. Swai, Mr. Srikant Sahu, Mr. Khirod Nanda, immediate President of our institute, Mr. Nayak, B.V. Nayak, Chairman of Eastern India Regional Council, Ganguly Madam, and the Chairman of this chapter, Mr. Sharad Kumar Behra, other office bearers and dignitaries of the dais, members, stakeholders, domain expert, and students from different institutes. Good morning, all of you. I am very happy and privileged to be part of this event where our institute is taking a lead role in association with CBDT to make this program, an outreach program, which they have named as Praram, to introduce this new Income Tax Act 2025, which has just passed by the Parliament and is going to be implemented from 1st April 2026. There is a Latin legal maxima, ignorantia juris non excusat. You cannot take the excuse if you cannot take the excuse that I am not knowing the law. As a citizen of India, you must know the law. So this initiative, which is being taken jointly by our institute and CBDT under the leadership of Mr. Mahapatra, is really a praiseworthy. Dear friends, I will not go to the detail of the legal provision Mr. Nayak has already explained because experts are there. I just share my viewpoints from the RCC point of view because we are in the corporate sector. We are under the category of RCC. How this act will be helpful to us and how will be beneficial, how it will be seamless, easier, that I will just share my viewpoints. Dear friends, all of you know that economic progress, growth of a country, advancement, GDP enhancement, to a great extent depend on its taxation policy, structure, system. No doubt, if the taxation system is simple, seamless, synchronized, cohesive, and friendly, it will definitely have a great impetus for the economic growth. And if you see the developed countries, their growth is somehow linked to their taxation system also. Realizing this importance, gravity of the situation, Government of India in 2017 has brought a transformational changes in the indirect tax by introducing GST. The last 8 years, it is successfully implemented. It is running efficiently, effectively, though modification is being done regularly. So this is a great step, historical step. That time, it was a point of discussion that how this so many taxation system in a single umbrella, how it will work. That has been successfully working. That is the great achievement, and that is a very good effort by the Government of India, and we are also taking benefit of that. So indirect tax part is being taken care by the act, but direct tax. You know the direct tax is contributing. If your budget receipt you see, 39% is being contributed through direct tax, corporate tax and income tax. So major chunk of revenue is being collected by the Government of India through this direct tax. So this should be made simple, seamless, synchronized, and friendly, citizen friendly or the assessee friendly. So keeping that view in mind, government, though there are a lot of discussions since 2009 that we will be introducing DTC, so many committees were formed, so many discussions were held, but finally this could not be implemented. Though a new tax reform to replacing our 81-year-old taxation system 1961, that system was there, everywhere adding some provisions, but no bigger major changes was done. But this year, Government of India has introduced a next new taxation act 2025, which is, I should say, it is a very lighter and smarter. Lighter in the sense you have reduced many number of sections, because I think 283 sections has been removed, and earlier it was 800 plus 18 sorry 800 plus. Now it has brought down to 500 something, and redundant provisions were there. 1200 provisions are there. They have removed, and it is smarter in the sense it is now technology driven, digital, and maximum utilization of technology, and different introduction faceless, that is digital, your return system has been made easier, many things. The objective of this taxation system, which taxation policy or taxation act government has introduced recently, primarily based on three. This is reduce complexity, enhancing efficiency and transparency, and promoting voluntarily compliance. Because if it is a complicated, people will fear to enter in that territory. If you make a thing simple, people will very eager to get into. होता ना, बड़ा एक पैराग्राफ पढ़ने देंगे कोई पढ़ता नहीं, छोटा बुलेट पॉइंट बना के देंगे, आदमी इंटरेस्ट लेता है. सो दैट इज द बेसिक प्रिंसिपल गवर्नमेंट हैज बट हम इतना सेक्शन इतना एक्ट लोग देख के डर जाते हैं. अरे अभी दे हैव मेड इट सिंपल, and the language is simple, because interpretation was a major problem for the assessee, because the maximum litigation because of the misinterpretation. You are interpreting some way, the enforcing authority is interpreting same provision in different way, there is a litigation. When there is a litigation, there is no limit of your problem. You will employ an advocate, will go and attend different hearings. So that is the prime and a basic problem of Indian taxation system, which is now somehow taken care of by the government. Now, if we summarize our new taxation system, as a corporate citizen, NALCO, we are nearly, annually, we are contributing to the government's exchequer nearly 5,000 crores. by way of different tax, different revenue, both state and central government. Out of that, if you see direct tax, it is more than 2,000 crores by corporate tax as well as TDS deduction from our employees, contractor, whatever it be. So huge amount of tax is being collected by NALCO and deposited to the government. If the procedure will not make simple, seamless, so it is very difficult to administer such a huge contribution. So this after introduction of this taxation system, I was discussing with my team, taxation, but how it will be simpler for us. The new taxation system which is going to be implemented from 1st April, will it be helpful to us? Will it reduce our effort? Will it be very simpler to us? Can you our compliance, our computation, our administration will be easier? Their response was very encouraging because the person who is handling the taxation area is always overburdened. So if the taxation act, that is policy, will be simpler, and simpler thing always encourage people to comply. So this area, and a lot of changes has been made, and some of the changes I will since the enforcement agency leader is there, I will suggest some of the changes also required to be made. Next, I has already highlighted certain provisions which require the engagement of our professional people participation, but from corporate point of view, 2 point I will like to bring your attention. So if it can be done, it's a good point. You have made this act single taxation year. There was a previous year assessment year. That concept has been taken away after implementation of this act. But one thing, if you can do, book profit and tax profit. Why two sets of profit is required? That is create a problem for a deferred tax asset, deferred tax liability. So further, can you not combine both? One profit will be there, declared profit, that will be the taxable profit. So that we can think of. And this new taxation system, no doubt, if somebody has gone through this section system, it is a very good, it is totally less. Earlier, what was there? There was a lot of cross reference of section. One section will be referred to another section, but that has been simplified. There is no cross reference of sections. And TDS system, if you see, consolidation, they have bring all TDS provision under one section. There are different sections that they have taken clarity in language and on ambiguity. That ambiguity is not much, ambiguity is not there. Earlier, so many ambiguity because assessment, we are depositing tax in time, we are assessing, but when we get our tax assessment, a demand is coming because you have not interpreted properly. That will be reduced. Rationalization of penalty into fees. That is a good step government of India has brought in. Penalty, they have converted penalty to fee. If you are delayed in your audit of your account, they will charge some fees. This is a good step government has taken, but primarily, if you see, the taxation system is now the new Income Tax Act 2026, 25, which will be implemented from 1st April onwards. That is very simple and user friendly, transparent and predictable. You can predict your profit because that we are facing that problem as a corporate, because when we are depositing our quarterly profit, there is a guideline 15% first quarter, second quarter, you will be 30, 45, that one. But in case of NALCO, because assessing profit from the first quarter to end of the year is very difficult because we are in such a market. LME is fluctuate heavily. If we predicting the profit 5,000 crore, finally it reaches to 7,000 crore. So that is the interest we are paying penalty, because in the first quarter we are paying 15% of the tax, considering that our profit will be 5,000 crore. But at the end it is 7,500 crore. So the difference, if that can be taken, because we are not evading tax, it is because of the prediction, because of the estimation. So if that can be, though we are earning that 6% by investing money somewhere else, but your interest rate is double. So that is one of the concern from corporate point of view. If that can be taken care of by some ways, And another thing, as a responsible corporate citizen, we are welcoming the state government of India, and we are also committed and for successful implementation of the schemes. And from NALCO point of view, being a central public sector, one of the leading public sector in Odisha, and we are very thankful to Government of India for bringing this new act. And the lastly, I should say, let us work together for a great future of this country. We all should work, and our country should progress. Thank you. Jai Jagannath.
Thank you so much, Bevria sir, for that energetic speech. May I now request CMA Kirochandra Nanda sir, Director Finance of Gridco, to please address the House.
Jai Jagannath. Namaskar. Very good morning to all of you, respected dignitaries on the dais and of the dais also. So I won't do any endurance test of the house because we know the purpose of this journey. First of all, I may extend my thanks to Bhubaneswar chapter for arranging this Praram 2026. Thank you. Okay, let us settle down. So once again, thank you to Bhubaneswar chapter for arranging this Praram 2026 in IT 2025. It's a beginning of the journey, and I also extend my thanks for arranging the invitees from the corporate sectors, state PSU and central PSU. Actually, they are the torch bearer in creating awareness in their organizations also. And today, uh, my professional colleagues are here. As Naik sir already said, the history of income tax. One of the histories, during 90s, the difficulties in assessing resident and non-resident during that span of time, uh, when you must be knowing if anybody is getting birth at America, they will be the citizen of there. So if someone get birth in the year, mid-year, what will happen? My uh, teacher was uh, non less the other Mr. T. N. Monoharan. So I was taking coaching from him in 90s. So one of the example he was sharing in mid-air, one incident was happened. So in that scenario, the assessee took the call from the airport of authority from America as well as India. So where the resident or non-resident will happen so. And that was happened in finally within, it took near about 1 year to get it proved. It is in the air of America. So that way, the assessees were trying to get the advantage of this income tax. So anyway, from this new income tax act, the compliances will be more easier, and the professionals like you will carry the new act for better compliances. I once again congratulate to all of you. Let us listen from the resource personnel and our imminent guest from uh, Income Tax Commissioner, Principal Commissioner Sri Mahapatra sir. Is thanks to him for arranging in collaboration with CBDT and for creating more awareness uh, in the coming days for more awareness of this new act. Thank you, all of you. Let us listen from the others and wait for the resource personnel to unveil the new provisions of the Act. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you so much, Hirod sir. May I now request CMA Gagan Bihari Swami sir, Director Finance of OPGC, to please address the House.
Very good morning, respected Sri S- uh, South Commissioner, Principal Commissioner Income Tax, Sri Saroj Mahapatraji, and other dignitaries, my colleagues on the dais, and friends, professional friends present here. In fact, it's a really momentum occasion for all the professionals when you were embarking to a new horizon of direct tax, and which is going to be implemented from 1st April. And the reforms has been taken in not in the act but in action also. Earlier, the provisions, modifications, or any enactment in the taxation, there was no initiative from the department to outreach to the assessees, to the citizens. So here the approach is also in the reform mode. And if you'll see, not in the overall approach of the uh, taxation department or the government of India, but if you see in the uh, state level or in all organogram, there is initiatives taken. And for see, this is the testimony of Sri Mahapatri is with us, and he's spending time with us, and he's interacting very freely. What can be improvement in the department approach, and what can be more improvements or facilitation can be taken. And I was just looking at how meticulously she was pointing, I mean, noting down what are the suggestions and the request is made. So that is the testimony of the approach by the department. It is not that driven by the rules and all. It is in the approach that makes the difference. So if you'll see, and Mr. Veoria also mentioned that for any economy, the growth of the economy, that is dependent on various factors, and more important is the how the taxation laws are there, how it is liberal, how it is facilitating, how it is driving the economy. I'll give few examples. If you'll see, recently created countries and which are now considered to be the developed nations in terms of their citizens living, or in terms of economy itself. Although India, we are claiming that we will be third or fourth largest, whatever, in the size of our GDP and all, because of our huge country and huge population in our country. But we'll see the per capita income at the living standards. We are yet to reach few of the small countries. If we take the example of these, small countries who have started their reforms in last 50 years or 5 to 6 decades, like Singapore or the UAE or Hong Kong, they are they have improved their economy because of the liberal tax system. And if you see the international tax competitiveness index, which is done by the OECD. OECD is the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. This is like WHO and all for the health. It is for the economic development. India is not yet a member country in the OECD, though, but we are part of the OECD in like a observing country. We are in communication with them. So in that index, if you see those countries which are made more liberal taxations in the index, which are in the high in the order, their performance, their economic conditions are better. There is proportionate correlation between the how simple, how liberal is the tax laws, and the development of the nation, and the per capita income or per capita wealth creation of the country. Another example, for understanding of taxation, it is not uh, the wealth creating act. It is something. the organization or the individual, they are having their all the activities, they are generating some income or profit which is being shared. Either it will be retained by the entity itself or the individual, or it will be given to the government. It was, I mean, in the kingdom time, it was given to the king for the welfare of their nation, and it is now in the democratic country, it is given to the government for the welfare activities. So on this sharing of wealth, if it is made very clear and very simpler, then the compliance will be easier, and the more and more people will come for the compliances. And why it has become over the period so complex? Because the government thought that there will be stimulation is given to some sector in the term of incentives, on the in term of making some growth component in that sector. The different provisions were brought in. This can be also done in the way of giving direct transfer of benefits. It's not only in the form of tax, in form of it, the taxation system can be made simpler, and the wealth whatever created or the taxation revenues generated, it can be also directly transferred to the entities. For example, I'll give one, like different states or the government is deciding to give the boost to the sector in that policies, per se give the industrial policies. The benefit is given in a system when the objective is achieved over a period of time. So this is one thought. Instead of giving through taxation, it is very indirect method of reaching the benefit to the, let's say, any organization or any entity, that we can think to transfer the direct benefit, and the taxation system can be made simpler. One, I mean, if you'll see the complex taxation system across the globe, other country like USA is also similar, very complex taxation system. So I was reading a interview of a congressman, why your taxation is so complex. I mean, he's given very humorous reply, because we have a sophisticated country and having a huge economy, so we need to have a complex taxation system. Yes, I mean, it applies to some extent for India. I mean, we are not like UAE will have the zero taxation, or few 10, I think 10 to 15 countries there is no tax for the income, but we need to generate some revenue to uh, see that what is the wealth is passed in form of creating social assets. But there is a lot of scope to make it simpler. And I was mentioning with discussing with Sri Mahapatra that the reform we have initiated in 1991. And as Mr. Naik said, the first income tax 1860 something, and then next 1961, and today we are having the, I mean, in broad sense, it is the third direct tax code we are bringing in 25, or the rule in 26. Had it been taken in the simultaneously when the reform we have initiated, liberalization we have initiated in 1991, would have saved lot of time, lot of energy, and a lot of improvement could have been achieved. Say this DTC would have enacted in 95, 91, in that range. So looking at that, and we have now reduced it from 900 plus provisions to 500 plus provision. Maybe in days to come, out of this 500 plus, how we can reduce it to another 200 to 250 provisions. It should be made simpler, that any citizen can understand, any citizen can interpret and use it for getting the benefit or the facilitating its tax compliances. So I think Sri Mahapatra, I mean, the department must be working on this. I expect that in next decade, another DTC simplification would come. That will give the pace of the momentum of the economy and the country to progress. Because say any individual taxpayer, so he has to, I mean, if he's really interested to, as it was mentioned that ignorance is not excuse, he has to at least see the what are the different provisions, or he has to hire somebody to see different provisions. So for compliance, it takes lots of effort, lots of energy in this. So in this, the level of engagement of our institute has increased manifolds. I have seen Mr. Naik having lot of discussions and initiatives when he was the president and subsequently. So in that process, I think our expertise will be made available to the uh, department, and the department also uh, create value with the use of our institute expertise. Here, the 2 points what the Mr. Veria is mentioning, that is a real concern for all the organizations in the prediction of profitability in the volatility in the market, and this can be addressed with some provisions can be taken up by the department. And uh, whatever our request, I think we can send in a in a request paper through the department through Mr. Mahapatra, and that can be reached. The different states are representing. We can make the representations. So I wish suggestions. So I wish all this program and the discussion success program, and more and more reforms to come in coming future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gagan. Where is my sir? May I now request Srikant Kumar Sahu, sir, Director Finance of OPTCL, to please address.
Good morning. On the dais, Principal Commission Mahapatra sir, Chairperson EIRC Ganguly madam, and Director Finance O- OPGC Gagan Babu, Gridco Nanda Babu, our immediate past president Naik sir, Chairman Bhubaneswar chapter, and dignitaries of the dais. I don't want to go to the technicality. I am just recalling three events, three things in my service life I want to share with you. I am just connecting the old Act 1961 and the new Act 25. One, I worked in my initial service period, one of the consultant, Peter Lilly. Governor and Shah sir, they are knowing about him. He advised me one thing, Mr. Sahu, if you want something for your attention of your highest authority, it should be precise and there should be clarity. He advised me. I am following it till now. From my assistant manager to director of finance, I am following this. And also another, Saurav Garg sir, he was our CMD and principal secretary agriculture. He also advised in one meeting how a presentation should be. There should not be much more literature, not much more bombastic words. There should be clarity. It should be simple and with minimum words and minimum lines. I also took it very seriously, though it was not meant for me. Another, one thing it was shared by our advocate, Mr. Mehta. It was a joke. He shared with me that he just asked one of his counsel, a long note was given to him. He told, why a long note you have given? Nah, because I didn't have time. So it is very difficult to write a precise clarity, a note or something with due clarity. And it is not that writing bombastic word or much of literature, it will give you clarity. So anyhow, after 64 years, that 61 Act, it is repealed with this 2025. Number of sections are reduced, number of firms are reduced, and there is much clarity, there is no ambiguity. There will be less litigation. I think it is good for us. It may not be good for all, but it is good for us. So experts are here. Sir, he is from the department. My thanks to Government of India and CBDT especially for bringing this act, and also to their institute, specifically Naikavu and team, for this awareness program that is Praram. And we have the experts, Sudhanshu Babu, in this area. I think we should hear from him what we know about from your organization perspective. Act came, we endorsed it to our taxation team, we got certain feedback, and something we got from the newspaper or so. But expert views we will listen from you, Sudhanshu Babu. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shrikant Kumar Sahu sir. May I now request Sri Saroj Mahapatra sir, IRS, to please address the House.
Hand holding microphone is also okay. Okay, both let it be there. Very good morning to all of you. In fact, I'm thrilled to be among this galaxy of stalwarts and the all others, because of whom this room is totally bubbling with enthusiasm, young energy. Whatever you want to achieve in life, you need energy. Because energy, as you know, it cannot be created, it cannot be destroyed, it only transforms. So I'm a little bit selfish man. I thought by mixing with these galaxies and these young persons here, I'll get some energy. So that was my inspiration of coming to this meeting today morning. As you all are aware, this aim of this seminar is Income Tax Act 2025. We'll just try to sensitize all the stakeholders, industries, central and state public sector undertakings, tax professionals, public, everybody, so that all will be aware of these provisions and the practical implications of this Income Tax Act 2025. Let me place it on record the contribution of ICMI towards this noble initiative by CBDT, that is Prarambh. ICMI is one of the major stakeholders in this outreach program. So my sincere gratitude for ICMI to take this noble initiative. Second initiative, just now I came to know 2 minutes back, this Income Tax Act 2025 simplification, it has been done under the able guidance of Mr. Vibhuti Nayak. Hats off to Nayak sir. It is so much useful for me. Naturally, it will be definitely very useful for any normal taxpayers. And third most important, what I say, I'm a little bit not happy with, because it is getting stopped. And third novel initiative in this, ICMI is trying to cover all the educational institutes. Hello, hello, hello. Am I audible? Because educational institutes, as you know, all the young and impressionable minds are there. So that is the right time to catch them. They should understand why tax is essential and how best it can be administered. Once it is in their subconscious mind, definitely they will be better citizens and they will not be averse to pay any tax, be it income tax, be it GST or any tax, because that reluctance of paying tax, it is inbuilt because we have never been sensitized why tax is essential. So my sincere gratitude to Icmai for taking this noble initiative. Now I'll come to this provisions of Income Tax Act 2025. Some detractors say it is nothing but old wine in a new bottle. From my perspective, it is definitely not so. It is a significant milestone in the history of income tax in the tax reforms of this country, because during the last 64 years we have not done that. If at all it is a old wine, I can tell it is a distilled and more refined version of that wine. We cannot tell that is same wine. So small provisions, I'll just jot down 3 4 points. Most important, I'll tell you it is a tax year. During my last 2 years in my academy, we are not sure which is assessment year, which is previous year. That happened to the officers for the last 2 years because we are new that time. So a normal public, because what happens when I am paying tax, that is previous year, but I am paying tax for this year. So totally assessing all everybody was confused. Now this introduction of tax year has simplified that fully, and simplification going to the extent because out of 819 sections now made it 536 sections, and most important is all the exemption provisions we have tabulated in one column. Otherwise, tax exemption it was here and there, it is very difficult to find out. And streamlining of the TDS and TCS provisions so that compliance is easier and there is easy comprehension. There are some others, but I thought this 3 4 it really highlights it tells the full story of Income Tax Act 2025. I was thinking how to address this gathering because you say very knowledgeable gathering, intellectuals. So we cannot afford to tell anything wrong in this gathering. So I thought it is apt. This honorable FM's gathering during the introduction of that Praram ceremony. Anybody has witnessed that? I am really touched by the way Honorable FM addressed that. Her specific emphasis on citizen centric tax administration. Because till now we are thinking a tax administration is for collecting tax, for collecting revenue for this country. It has never occurred to our mind that it is a tax man, it is a taxpayer who is the kingpin, because of whom this great country is running. So she wanted to focus that, and she coined one word. We know ki Atithi Devo Bhava. What was the term she told? Nagarika Devo Bhava. So that means my citizens, they are God for me. So this total transformation in the perspective that has been highlighted by Honorable FM. And second, she told it's a technology driven. Yes, we must leverage the technology for better tax administration so that human interface will be less. But definitely, approach cannot be inhuman. Technology driven, but with a human approach. Third, as per her, any system, it should be a simple system, it should be a stable system, it should be durable for some time. Earlier, what was happening? Every year going on adding so much introduction, so much deletion, and this whole Income Tax Act 1961, it became so voluminous, it was unmanageable. So we have tried to simplify that so that there will be easy compliance, will be transparent and free from litigation. One statement Honorable FM added in that any litigation, if department is going to income tax appellate tribunal, it is a failure of the department. I don't know how many persons will appreciate, but I really appreciate it is 100%. Because income tax appellate tribunal, if after giving commissioner appeal relief, I am going to income tax appellate tribunal. That means either my commissioner appeal has erred, or as principal commissioner, I am have erred. So both ways the department's failure. So department should not go to income tax appellate tribunal. That has been highlighted by Honorable FM. It is really correct. I don't know how many people will appreciate, but we should not go. If assess is aggrieved, it can move. But definitely department normally should not move to IT tribunal. And for the capacity building, as much you all are aware, we have gone for IT website 2.0, and we have introduced AI enabled chatbot, that is Kor Sathi, to assist the taxpayers. What does all this indicate? That we are CBDT, Government of India, we are going for a holistic approach so that tax administration should be smooth. My question to this August gathering is, has it been reflected in the ground reality of the department? My lower rank officers, my ITOs, my assistant commissioners, whether they have been sensitized to that extent? My personal experience shows me we are improving, but still a lot to be desired. I'll just take one small example to drive home this point, what I am trying to tell. 2 years back, I joined as Principal Commissioner Income Tax, Bhubaneswar. It was my first week. One school teacher, lady teacher from Nimapada High School approached me. You will not believe her tax demand was 40 lakhs and odd. And what I have done, my ITO has attached her bank account. She was totally aggrieved. She came to me. It happened 2 years back. She has run from pillar to post. Nobody has seen into that attachment karke. Now she is totally aggrieved. And I wanted to ask her, ma'am, are you having any other business? Well, no, sir, I am just a simple teacher. Then why 30 lakhs has come? Then after questioning, I came to know their DDO, that is Office of District Education Officer, because they have to deduct tax and they have to file TDS return, as you all are aware. While filing that return, income, because her income was order of 15 lakhs. Okay, 1 zero has been added while filing that, so it has become 1.5 crore. Naturally, after that, my CPC has processed that accordingly. Some 35 lakhs or 40 lakhs, whatever demand has come. With that, she has come to my ITO, my assistant commissioner, in fact to my predecessor, without naming. They told, ये हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते हैं, ये काम क्या है DDO. DDO has to revise. You go to district education officer. Once they amended, then we can do anything. Before that, we cannot do anything. That is a fact. But I don't know how many of you are having brush with state government. State government getting anything job, I think in central government is also not better, but state government it is almost impossible. You go to district education officer, you cannot do. I thought that the moment I will tell you, ma'am, you go to district education officer, it can never be done. In next 10 years also, a decade also, it cannot be done. I told ma'am, now you need not come. Within 1 month, I will get your job done. Now you can leave. सर मुझे उसको करने की जरूरत नहीं. बोले नो. किसे सर? लास्ट 2 साल हो गया मैं बता रहा हूँ, बोले कुछ करने की जरूरत नहीं. You need not do. I am sorry that it has happened to you. Nothing will happen within 1 month. Immediately I am releasing your account that I directed my ITO. Please release the account. So that much immediately I am doing. But your demand I will reduce it. I have to do. सर मुझे क्या करना है? बोले कुछ नहीं करना है. You just give your phone number to my assistant. The job is done means he will give a call कि madam your job is done. She was reluctant to leave my room because she is not ready to look कि मुझे बिना करके how a problem will be solved. She went. Then I told my PS, write one letter, plain letter to DEO Nimapada, that is Puri. Okay, please amend this. And you, as you know, state government, they will not do. I gave within 7 days, it must be done. Nothing will happen. So even though my letter has gone from my principal commissioner, my office, nothing was done. 7 days. So 8th day, I asked my PS, what happened? Have you got any response? Well, no, sir. What do you say? As you all are aware, we are having the power of summon. That is the best power we are having. Whomever you want to summon, no issue. Only just summon. 2 days. Within 2 days, if job is not done, that day you are coming. Please refer to my letter dated so and so. I requested you to do this. You have not done. I am giving another 2 days. If you are not coming, third day morning 10 a.m. you are here. Yes. The moment someone my ITO Puri is totally unaware because everything I was doing. The moment he got that summon, now everything all the action started. You went to first ITO Puri. Sir, ये क्या हो गया? मुझे समन क्यों मिल रहा है? ITO Puri does not know what has happened. Then he asked, give a call to my PS. कि हुआ क्या? बोले ऐसे ऐसे. बोले sir, you don't know this principal commissioner. Summon करके जब तक amend नहीं होगा. And anybody has seen that summon notice? You cannot leave my office till I allow. That is the last. It is a militaristic summon towards end. You will cannot leave my unless it is amended. I will not allow to leave my office. तुम जो करना है करो. He was knowing and my reputation is little bit like that only. जो करना चाहता हूँ कुछ भी हमें कर लूँगा. So immediately within 2 days, same day evening it was revised. The moment it is revised, my 26S gets reflected. So now it is 154 for my ITO for 10 minutes and job was done. Then I gave my PS call. Now we gave a call. Okay, madam, everything is done. This is the screenshot. Within 2 days, as usual, I am little bit selfish. पूरा जगन्नाथ जी का प्रसाद लेके वो that teacher came. सर थैंक यू. हम बोले कि देखिए जगन्नाथ जी का एम था मुझे थोड़ा उनका प्रसाद खिलाने के लिए, इसलिए तुमको तंग किए. I would not have got that prasad had it not happened to that. Anyway, jokes apart, my point is that sensitive, we should be that sensitive to the public because without the taxpayer, I am not existing. Mahatma Gandhi kept on telling that customer is the king, customer is king. Nobody. So that is never happening. So my point at this forum, I want to tell all the stakeholders, they should be sensitive to the taxpayer. Small example, anybody is from bank, I can tell. I kept wherever I go, I keep on telling. Bank, we are having a capital gain account scheme. And all the bankers, they are so conservative that capital gain account. They think either it is a savings account, they kept on depositing and debiting all these things, or they want for any transaction, they want income tax concurrence, ITO's approval. This is not meant for that. Every time, people keep on giving a grievance, even if it is not my thing, I give a call to bank manager कि sir it is not possible. नहीं sir आप बोलने से नहीं होगा. You have to give me a letter. मैं भाई ये मेरा jurisdiction नहीं है, but still I can give you a letter. If you mind, don't mind, I'll give a letter. But ये ऐसा नहीं होता है. Bankers, they should be sensitized कि capital gains account, this is the scheme. Only when he is closing, he needs income tax approval. Before that, he does not need. During that 3 years, he can pay to the builder. For that only he need not. But nobody knows. Coming to the registrars, that is a Herculean task. You register. Suppose 5 persons, we have sold a property, 1 crore. What will happen? They'll give information in such a way to income tax department. My radar will show all the 5 persons are the sellers, 1 crore each. So what I'll do reopening, and most of the thing it is going in nowadays, the mail. And public I also want to tell because everybody is giving a mail to income tax site and nobody sees that. And maximum problems comes out of that. Anytime I'm giving a notice, nobody is seeing, be it reopening, be it scrutiny. So as a result, every time there will be huge addition for which taxpayer does not know. So from this forum, I also want to give message to the taxpayers. Any mail you are giving, at least once in a week, at least once in a month, please see. Other day I was interacting with Mr. M.S. Raman, Honorable Chief Justice of Odisha High Court. He was telling me, I also not seeing. Sir, rule is same for everybody. If you don't see because you are a judge, the moment you give a call, my person will immediately act. But for others, it is not so. So my point is that we have to be sensitive to whatever is happening. Without that sensitiveness, Income Tax Act 2025, Income Tax 2045, Income Tax Act 2075, it will not have any meaning. So wherever it is possible, we should try to sensitize the people. This is the job it has to be done because without taxpayers, whatever you are doing, all this ambition of becoming a $5 trillion economy, $10 trillion economy, everything will come to a knot. So from this forum, as a representative of Income Tax Department, I just solicit cooperation of one and all, and through you to all the stakeholders to give me a helping hand so that we can make this journey of taxpayer friendly administration a grand success. Ideally, I was supposed to stop here. I was thinking I'll tell Jai Hind, Jai Jagannath, but thanks to शरद बेहरा सर बोले कि सर wherever you go give some life skill, तो थोड़ा कुछ life skill के बारे में बोलिए. That is my pet subject. So I thought simply I had just jotted down few points because normally I was not prepared. So 2-3 minutes I will tell the life skill. I have jotted down life में three things are most important. First is health. First is health. Health cannot be compromised. जो भी करना है because health you are doing for yourself. You are not doing for your spouse. You are not doing your parents for. Not doing for your children. Only health you are doing for yourself. And next, if you are giving order of importance, it must be relationship. You are having full health, but if you are not having a proper relationship, be it in social relationship, private or personal relationship with wife or whatever, so again it is useless. Life will not have any meaning. And towards end is a very poor third, that is money. It is required. But definitely we should not earn money at the cost of either health or relationship. Unfortunately, most of the public, we do that. Throughout our life, we compromise health and relationship to earn money. And towards end, when I become filthy rich, maybe 10 crore, maybe 100 crore, maybe 1000 crore, my relationship is gone, my health is gone. That time I try to get back by spending this money. But life is having a big non-return valve. Health and whatever you have lost and whatever relationship you have lost, it cannot be regained. So from this para, I will tell everybody, please take care of your health and relationship wherever. कुछ दिन के लिए आए हैं, कितना दिन के आए हैं? We will not be here permanently. कुछ दिन के लिए. Another 10, 15, 20 years for me. Youngsters maybe another 40 years, 40, 50 years. Sooner or later we have to hand over the baton. So मेरा point है, whenever that time comes, very happily, very gracefully, I must tell कि I have played my innings here very fairly, very judiciously, tried to do my work. Thank you, God. I have done my part. I wish for everybody that thing. Thank you. Jai Jagannath.
Thank you so much, Mahapatra sir. That was an energetic speech. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mahapatra sir, please? Now, before I invite Somya, I would like to invite my chairperson to give his closing remarks before the formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, Avinash for giving me another 2 minutes time because my time was 10 minutes. You told me to finish it in 2 minutes. So that way I became hurry to finish my speech. So I am quite impressed with our principal commissioner because I spent 1 hour. It's the most happiest life, my time in my life. I was thinking that the bestseller book I am reading. That quite impressed, sir. Really, I'm helpful for your year because we have in a student's time we have read the tax is a compulsory contribution by the people to the government to defray the common expenditure. So tax structure should be simple and transparency, no ambiguity, no interpretation should be easy and something else. Sir, I will tell one thing, sir. For a higher level, it's okay, but in junior levels, is a very great problem in because I am my experience. I'm telling. I was in Paradeep Phosphates for 11 years. There is a tax custom refund of 11 crores because of the interpretations. Because the lower people they interpret it in like as a result, we and that refund we get. What is the ultimately what is the because you demanded and we go for this appellate and get the refund of that money. That interpretation should be very clear. So far as my knowledge is concerned, income tax department is very honest in their approach because once I visited the income tax office, there is a demand from my income tax 3.42 lakhs I met the commissioner and he told us I am from International Civil Service. My tax because we are from when we are not taxable and because of the development we are doing for this country, government of India has exempted the tax. Sir, in one just in 1 or 2 minutes, he allowed this staff. Don't allow him just. I was a little bit fear मेरे को थोड़ा advocate देना है थोड़ा appellate को जाना है because he decided in that. And my experience is for ये because you work for this there is ये जो बच्चा लोग को जो राइस प्यूरिफिकेशन प्रोजेक्ट के लिए we have because the government of Odisha demanded the VAT. There was actually sales tax exemption. After that VAT you have to pay and claim refund. That is a refund of around 36 lakhs. And these people, so this junior people, say like this assistant commissioner, deputy commissioner told me, sir, oh sir, आपको क्या किया advocate लेकर आना है. Well, that's advocate. I appeared that commissioner, he was an IAS officer, who you take very pleasantly and decided the higher level it's okay, but lower level they're interpreting such manner as if they're so adamant, so yeah, that should be there to refund the case. So I am very quite impressed. So वो बोला जे actually like action speaks louder than words. आप बोलने से होगा नहीं. If you do in that manner, that will be a great service for the nation. And that's tax definitely we're ready to pay for the development of the nation. But that should be proper. There should not be any ambiguity. That should be simple. That should be. Thank you all. I don't want to take more time because all directors are in a hurry. The board meeting is there. So I have to close. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairman, sir. May I request Soumyaranjan Jana, Secretary, to please give a formal vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, all. Respected dignitaries on the dais, CM Abhay Kumar Beuria sir, Director Finance NALCO, Sri Saroj Mahapatra sir, IRS Principal Commissioner of Income Tax, Sri Gagan Bihari Swai sir, Director Finance OPGC Limited, CMS Srikant Kumar Sahu sir, Director Finance OPDCL, CMA Khiro Chandra Nanda sir, Director Finance Gridco Limited, CMA Vibhuti Bhushan Naik sir, immediate former President ICMI, CMA Arati Ganguly madam, Chairperson ICMI ARC, our Chairman and Vice Chairman, respected dignitaries of the dais, CMA Damodar Mishra sir, Vice Chairman ICMI ARC, Chairman of the ARC and past Chairman of the ARC and chapter, our MC members, senior members of the chapter, all the members of chapter, delegate from different industries, and our newly qualified CMS. I, CMS Soumyaranjan Jena, Secretary of this vibrant chapter, would like to convey my heartfelt thanks and deep gratitude to all the dignitaries on the dais to accept our invitation in spite of your busy schedule. I would also like to give special thanks to all of you, sir, for coming this income tax outreach program and addressing before us. I would also like to give my special thanks to all of my MC colleagues for their support to make this event gala success. I would also like to give my special thanks to all of our staffs for their best efforts to make it grand success. Last but not the least, thank you all the participants for your active participation. Thank you all.
Now, this is the end of the inauguration session. Everybody can take a 10-minute snack break. Immediately after 10 minutes, we'll start the technical session. And snacks are arranged at the rear end of this auditorium. Please, you can take the snacks and come back soon. as per the definition, he should not be, because his year has not started yet. But again, there is an extension of this definition which says that a tax year is also a year for the people who have started a business. It shall start from the time they have started a business till the end of that financial year. So here a tax year is a complete 12-year period starting from 1st of April, and as well as for the businesses who have started new, for them the tax year is the balance period. So they will be assessed for tax for that period only. Now, here we have seen that 819 sections done away with 536 sections, 47 chapters now have been reduced to 23 chapters, 14 schedules have been increased, the schedules have been improved. The reason is that many of the deductions and tax rebates have come under a single table. I'll also be showing a couple of them. Which one? Bhai, ida kar do. Agla? Yes. Here, the basis of Income Tax Act of 2025 is the charging section. What is the charging section of any act? The charging section states that for some reason or whatever the act has come for, that act is going to charge income tax on you. Here, the charging section, if anybody remembers, can anybody say what was the charging section earlier? Anyone from the student side or from the earlier new cost accountants? Can anybody say what the charging section of the earlier act was? Yes? Section 4, what did the act say? I'll show you. Like I said, I'll show you what the good things have happened by this act. I'll also show you what are the gray areas of this act. So first I'll go with the charging section over here. Yes. Is it visible, everyone? Yes. See, slide 1, Income Tax Act of 1961. This is the definition of charging section. Everybody can please take a read of that. Have a look of it. Where any central act enacts that income tax shall be charged for any assessment year at any rates or rates, income tax at that rate or those rates shall be charged for that year in accordance with and subject to the provisions, including provisions of the levy of the additional income tax, so on and so forth. It's a complete huge paragraph. Now see what happened in the new Income Tax Act of 2025. This entire paragraph has been transformed into bullet points. Whatever was there in the form of a paragraph, that has been transformed into bullet points for the easy understandability of people over here. See, whatever has been shown over here in the paragraph, it has been broken down into pieces for better understanding. Now here, this is the wonderful thing that the act has done, that the paragraphs have been given in the form of bullet points so everybody can understand. But there is a slight problem here regarding the interpretation of the statute. For example, I'll show you something. In the earlier act, it said that income tax means all of the income tax as per the provisions of the particular finance act of that year. That was the earlier provision, which also said that there is inside a bracket there you can see including provisions of the levy of additional income tax. Here it is said income tax can be the original income tax, plus with that there will be an additional provision. If any new income tax comes in, that will also be added for the purpose of what? For the purpose of taxation. But here you can see in the second part, here it is written the same thing, where center enacts the income tax shall be charged for any tax year at any rates of the income tax as shall be prevailing as per the provisions of the act. That is good. That has been directly taken from the earlier section. But if you can go to subsection 3 of section 4, income tax shall also include additional income tax by whatever name called. Here there is a problem. In the earlier thing, it said that charging section says there is a basic income tax charge, plus if anything new comes, that will also be coming into forth, so that you will be giving tax in both the ways. But here it is saying that the income tax shall also include what? Charging section shall include additional income tax, which can be interpreted in such a way that if there is an original tax of 30%, if there is an additional income tax of 10%, this subsection 3 might say that the additional income tax of 10% is already included in what? In the original tax. These are the gray areas where we as professionals can help the government over here. I'm also going to show you one more thing over here. Just a minute. Okay. Residential status. Can anybody remember what was the definition of residential status? Who is treated as a resident of India as per the Income Tax Act of 1961? Any wild answers from the audience, please? Who has stayed in India for a period of 182 days or above in the previous year, or what was the second clause? 60 days plus 365 days in the previous 4 years. Yes, absolutely. So, which says that if you have not stayed for a period of 182 days in the previous year, will I be treated as an Indian or a resident Indian or a non-resident Indian? What will I be treated? If I do not stay in India for a period of 182 days, what will I be treated? A resident or a non-resident? Non-resident. If I am a non-resident, will my income outside of India be taxable in India? No, absolutely yes. So now I'm going to show you something. Here you can see that I'm going to show you the earlier act. The earlier act says that an individual is said to be a resident in India in any previous year if in India it is the year of period or periods amounting in all of those 182 days, which says that if you have stayed in India for a period or periods amounting to 182 days, that will be, you will be treated as what? A resident. Yes, it's very easy. Now, what this act has done, they have made it in a bullet points. They have actually summarized it. They say that any individual resident staying in a tax year for a period of 182 days or more is treated as what? A resident. It's actually a easier version of the earlier act. Everybody agrees to this or not? But here again, there is a gray area with the income tax department, which says that, okay, if we go to the earlier act, it says that period or periods, which means that if you have stayed in India for a period of 10 days, 70 days, 80 days, including all of this cumulatively, if they become 182 days, you will be treated as what? A resident. Yes, but if you can take a look onto this, the new section, it says that only a single period, there is no S in it, which the interpretation might happen like this. If I say stay in India for a single period without any break for 182 days, then only I may be treated as what? A resident. This might happen. So here again, if some kind of litigation comes, this is a great opportunity for us as well, where we can fight cases. Now, after I go over here, there is something very important which has come in this particular act, is about the VDA, virtual digital asset. What is a virtual digital asset? See, earlier we never thought about a virtual digital asset, because asset for us was something tangible. We have seen that there are two kinds of assets: a tangible asset and an intangible asset. An intangible asset means we already know it's something in relation to intellectual property right, yes or no? Other than IPR, we never thought about what an intangible asset can be. But in these last 5-10 years, if you remember, in the year 2013, this word cryptocurrency was a buzzword in the year 2013. Why? Because in the year 2013, Bitcoin was trading at $1,000. People bought Bitcoin for $10, $2, $3. In the year 2013, Bitcoin was trading as $1,000. Now, in the year 2020, the same Bitcoin that was trading at $1,000, it went up to $70,000. So everybody who was having a Bitcoin is a billionaire. Yes or no? I'm not saying that if you have one Bitcoin, you'll be billionaire, but there are many people who are just owning Bitcoins and have become billionaires. And the government was not able to tax them, because there is no definition of what a Bitcoin can be. Because the biggest problem with the Bitcoin was, we do not know who the owner is. We do not know where the Bitcoin is. You cannot touch the Bitcoin. You cannot explain what a Bitcoin is. Can anybody over here explain? Can anybody explain in layman term what a Bitcoin is? It's a cryptocurrency based on some kind of a technology that is available in United States. Somebody has invented this and they are having these coins. But the government says, भाई हमको भी पता नहीं है ये वाला क्या है, आप क्यों करते हो वो भी हमको पता नहीं है. But गवर्नमेंट बोलता है कि आपको अगर इससे कुछ मुनाफा आता है, आई एम वेरी हैप्पी विद दैट, बिकॉज आप मुनाफा लाओ, हम उससे थोड़ा टैक्स ले लेंगे। उनका कुछ मतलब नहीं है आप क्या करते हो क्या नहीं करते हो, उनका एक ही एजेंडा है, आप पैसा कमाओ जैसे भी कमाना है, बट आप हमको दे दीजिए tax on that. Abhi virtual digital asset is in the definition of an asset. Earlier this was not there in the definition of asset, because asset ka matlab tangible intangible ho gaya, but there was no scope for what a VDA was. So this particular definition was included in this act of 2025. मेरे को हो नहीं. Next one. Okay. Yes. So here I'm telling you something. Wait a minute. Because I'm not going to speak everything from this slide. I'll be speaking in parts. Yeah. Specific. Yes. This is something that has been a matter of litigation for all these years. What is a cost of an asset? Everybody, for example, I have a machinery. I bought a machinery for 10 lakhs. I installed the machinery. Before the first use of the machinery, we had a trial run. The cost of trial run is 1 lakh rupees. How much? 1 lakh. Once we had this 1 lakh rupee expenditure done, there were some products that were manufactured in that trial run itself. And we sold those products as seconds. Seconds ka matlab hai inferior quality products. And that sale of those inferior quality products gave me a revenue of around 50,000 rupees. How much? 50,000 rupees. You got the numbers right? 10 lakhs was the cost of machine. 1 lakh was the cost of trial run. 50,000 is the revenue from the products sold out of the trial run. Now my question to everybody over here, what is the capitalization cost of machinery? What is the capitalization cost of the machinery? How much? 10 lakhs. Anybody else? 10 lakh? 50,000. 10 lakh 50,000. Absolutely right. Because the simple formula for capitalization cost is that whatever expenditure has been incurred directly, indirectly till the first use of the machine will be capitalized. So when we incurred trial run cost, was it a first use of the machine? No, it was not the first use of the machine. So here you already said that sir, agar 50,000 ka hamara expenditure ho raha hai, that 50,000 should be added to the cost. I'm just tweaking the example right now. 10 lakh stays same. The cost of trial run happens to be 1 lakh. Now the sale of products, the revenue generated of the sale of products is 1,20,000 rupees. The trial run cost is 1 lakh. The revenue generated out of sale is 1,20,000. Now tell me what is the cost of capitalization? How much? Yes, very, very logical. Sir, whatever expenditure we have incurred till the first use, we have incurred 1 lakh, 10 lakhs, plus again 1 lakh. There was again an inflow of 1,20,000, which means that we have actually spent how much? 9,80,000 rupees. By going by this concept, I'm going to take you to the ITC that a company can claim in the investment of a machinery. If you have bought a machinery, for 10 lakhs and the GST paid on the machinery is, let us assume that 2 lakhs. The GST paid on the machinery is 2 lakhs. You are eligible for ITC right now. You are eligible for ITC. Now, the government of India in the Act of 2025, it has specifically said that if you have bought any machinery and you are eligible for ITC, it never said that you have taken the ITC. You have availed it. It says that if you are eligible for ITC, that ITC should be deducted from the cost of capitalization, which means, sir, if you have spent in total 10 lakh rupees plus GST, including in the 10 lakhs only 2 lakhs GST is there. So here, and I am eligible for taking input tax. I haven't taken it yet, but I am eligible for that. Now, because I am eligible for ITC, my cost of capitalization for the machine is specifically said that 10 lakhs minus 2 lakhs, that is how much? 8 lakhs. And that clarification has come in the Act of 2025. Cap gains. Earlier, the biggest change in the capital gain rules, capital gain section is, it's not the charging section. Earlier, if you remember, Which asset was treated as a long-term capital asset? Any wild guesses from the audience, please? Which asset was treated as a long-term capital asset? How much? Held for 36. That was the basic clause. Any asset held for more than 36 months is treated as what? Long-term capital asset. Then, bhai, dekho, what government said, many people complained. I bought a share of TCS 1 year back and I bought it at 2,000 rupees. After 1 year, the share is trading at 4,200 rupees. If I sell this product, this particular TCS instrument, after 1 year, which tax will be applicable on me by going by the rule of 36 months? Short-term capital gains. And you all know that short-term capital gains taxation rate is more. Yes. You all know that the rule, the short-term capital gains is more, and people were not able to sell that instrument because they are attracting a tax higher than that of a LTCG, and that is the reason the government says, okay, now for these specified kind of instruments, for in order to treat them as long-term capital asset, the time period will not be 36 months; it will be how much? 12 months. So, what are these assets? These are very very simple. It's a unit of equity-oriented mutual fund, share markets. Stock of preference and equity. It's always also a zero coupon bond and one more instrument. So there is one more category that came in. If you are holding any kind of a tangible asset and a movable asset. So for them, the long-term capital gain will be attracted if you are holding for a period of more than 24 months. So there were in total 3 categories. The first category was 36 months. That was there for everyone. And then came the category of 12 months for financial instruments. Then came the category of 24 months for others, just like your machinery, building, this and that. So this act says that no 36 months business this time. This act says the blanket rule for saying what a long-term capital asset is 24 months for everyone. If it's 24 months for everyone, then again this complaint will be coming, sir. If we hold a security, if we go by this 24 months rule, again we are having the same problem that we had in the 1961 Act. Then they said that very simple, okay, no issues. Only for these 5 set of securities, for you the holding period will be 12 months instead of 24 months. So now there is no 36 months over here. 36 months is there only for slump sale, and slump sale will not treat as a capital asset. That is for the sale of business. Here, this is what I have said right now. Exemption limit. If you guys have listened to our income tax commissioner in the inaugural speech, he talked about something called as capital gain account scheme. Capital gain account scheme is an account that is given by the income tax department. This particular benefit has been given by the income tax department, which says that if you sold an asset, you don't want to be charged income tax for that particular year because you want to buy a house or construct a house. So buying a house and construction of a house cannot be done in a month's period. Yes or no? Now the income tax department says that very simple. We are going to give you 2 years time from the date of sale for the purchase of a new house, or 3 years time from the date of sale for a construction of a new house. So now I will say to the department, okay, sir, I will construct a new house. Do not charge capital gain tax on me. So will the income tax department believe my words? It can't trust. So it says that do one thing. We are having a particular scheme in all the nationalized banks. According to that scheme, you have to open an account. You have to deposit this money in that scheme. And if you want to buy a house or construct a house, the money should flow through this particular account. Now, the biggest problem was the scheme says that you have to deposit that particular amount before you file return. And everybody knows the due date of income tax return is 31st July for an individual. So let us assume, what if I have not filed a return? If I have not filed a return, in the earlier act, I was not eligible for this CGA scheme. See, if I am not filing a return, I am already paying a belated return fees. So I am being taxed over there. Why to tax me again over here? This time the government says that even if you have not filed a return at the original due date time, if you have filed at a belated return due date time, this particular scheme will be also applicable for you. How much time do I have, Soumya? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Sir, 10 minutes. I'll take 10 minutes. Yeah. Okay, then this is something really important, that online gaming, like everybody knows that we are into fantasy sports, this betting of various things. We have got online rummy, online cricket, this and that. So earlier, what this act said, if you are getting a loss from a particular game, And if you are gaining from something else, this cannot be set off. Which means that if I'm playing rummy, I lost in rummy. And if I played a fantasy game of cricket, I gained out of the cricket. These two cannot be set off because these two incomes are not treated as single source. Both of will come under the head income from other sources. But from this year, they are saying that any income in kind of that you are getting from a fantasy sport, online gaming, these all will be treated as a stand-alone incomes. Which means that if this year I have earned a return from rummy and next year I'm earning a loss from rummy, and after that I'm getting a loss return from rummy, I can only set off this income and loss from the income of rummy only, nothing else. I cannot set off with some other income. This is a new thing. And then gift taxation. Earlier, gift from a relative was not taxed. Now the big question was, what was the definition of relative over here? Relative means very, very simple: father, mother, brother, sister, son, daughter, and their spouses. This was the definition that said. And with that, it said that lineal ascendant and lineal descendant. Now, the biggest problem was when it was said lineal ascendant or lineal descendant. According to Hindu Act, it says, Hindu law, it says that only lineal ascendant means from the paternal side. Which means if I'm getting gift from my father's side, his father, his father, his father, I'm not going to be taxed. But if I'm getting a gift from my mother's side, I'll be taxed. So this act has said that clearly. The definition states lineal ascendant and lineal descendant will have both what? Paternal as well as maternal. Now that I am going to lose time, I'm going straight into one thing that I wanted to show to you, that is the TDS and TCS. Because see, this act has got two implications this year. One is that starting from 1st April of 2026, you are going to be bound by the TDS rules and TDS sections of this new act. Everybody who has come from corporates, they're going to be bound by this new act TDS, and other things will be governed by the old act. So that is the reason why I wanted to go through this particular section of TDS and TCS. Like earlier, we know that there were so many sections of TDS TCS starting from 192 to 194T. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T. And after that, if they wanted some insertion, there is another alphabet added to the particular section. So this was humongous. This number was humongous. Now they say that there are only 3 sections in TCS. That is 392, 393, 394. 392 is for salary. 393 is for TDS of all other payments, and 393 is TCS. Now, I'm not going to go with why did the government come up with TDS and TCS, but with the TDS. But I want to show you something why government wanted TCS to be a part of this deduction thing. See, in the year 2016, something important happened. Before I close my speech over here, I want to show you insights of this one thing. Yeah, can anybody see this? Everybody see this particular slide? This one I have got it from the Motor Octane website. This is the sales data of 2016 vis-a-vis the sales data of 2025. You can see in the year 2016, the number of hatchback cars were the most sold. Yes or no? What is a hatchback? A hatchback is a small car, Wagoner, Quid. These all are hatchbacks. And only one SUV was sold in the greatest number, that was Hyundai Creta, that is selling 92,000 items. But in the year 2025, you can see that the number of hatchback, you cannot even find a single, there is only one hatchback, that is Maruti Swift. Rest all are either SUVs or sedans. And why did I show this data to you? The reason is simple. In the year 2016, Income Tax Department said that anybody who wants to buy a car, and if the price of the car is more than 10 lakhs, apart from 10 lakhs, you'll have to pay 1% extra as TCS. Now, why did the government say that we need to pay 1% extra as TCS? Because you are already paying TDS, you are already paying advance tax, you are also paying self-assessment tax. But why TCS? They wanted to capture high value transactions. In that year, high value transactions means only cars were there, because people, luxury meant having good cars. But you see, in the year 2025, the scenario has changed. Any car that you buy is about 10 lakhs. So, what was the purpose of this having TCS 1% if you do not capture other things? And that is the reason why this government says in the Finance Act of 2026, they have got other things. For example, you are having a suit of 10 lakhs. Are people buying suits or not of 10 lakhs? If you're buying a suit of 10 lakhs from a very good reputed business, you are also charged TCS of 1%. You are having glasses, sunglasses of Gucci, Emporio Armani or something like that, or Bottega Veneta. So these glasses are also costing about 10 lakhs. So where is this transaction capturing happening? It did not happen in the earlier act. That was the reason why they said that if you're buying any good in excess of 10 lakh rupees, maybe a bag, maybe a suit, maybe a sunglass, even you will be charged for going outside of India. If you're going on a foreign tour and travel, you are paying amount to a tour operator. The government says that we also want to capture this transaction. And here, if you're going to a foreign tour, you're paying amount, any amount, irrespective of any threshold, a 2% TCS is also deducted. That was the prime reason why the government wanted TCS to come in, and this actually has been rationalized in the year 2025, because all these years, you see, what was the transaction that was captured? Only a car. I can go to Hotel Taj, I have a feast of 100 people, the billing will be about 10 lakhs. So how is this transaction being captured? No. So these are something that the government has done this year and has done a wonderful job. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much for your patient hearing. Okay. And yeah, because now that all of you are from corporates, I have made a TDS master table for everyone. If you want a TDS master table with the forms and sections, I have prepared it. You can take it from me. Can I be given 2 minutes? Yes. Last 2 minutes, because many of you are employees. और एम्प्लॉयज का बिगेस्ट थिंग इज दैट सर, मैडम हमको कुछ भी नहीं देती है. मैडम दीजिए 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 बोलते रहे हम इतना साल, मैडम बोलती है नहीं देंगे नहीं देंगे नहीं देंगे. सो फाइनली इन द ईयर 2025 मैडम ने आपको दे दिया. ऑफ कोर्स इफ यू आर इन द न्यू रेजिम ऑफ टैक्सेशन, आपको ये सब एप्लीकेबल नहीं होने वाला है. बट इफ यू आर ऑप्टिंग फॉर द ओल्ड रेजिम ऑफ टैक्सेशन, द थिंग दैट आई एम शोइंग यू इज एप्लीकेबल, बिकॉज दीज वेर ऑल सो आर्केइक. मतलब पुराना रेट्स. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, चिल्ड्रन एजुकेशनल अलाउंस ऑफ 100 पर मंथ पर चाइल्ड. आज के दिन में कोई भी स्कूल आप जाओगे, दे आर चार्जिंग मिनिमम 5000. व्हाट वाज द पर्पस ऑफ 100 रुपीज? नाउ दैट्स द रीजन मैडम सेड आपको 300% आप हमको दे देंगे आपको. Okay, these are some things. And one thing that I wanted to say over here, like I said, I'll be talking about the gray area here. We can suggest to the ministry over here. अब देखिए, परक्यूजाइट बाकी सब तो मैडम दे दिया आपको. मैडम बोला अब लेंगे भी हमसे आपसे. दैट वाज द परक्यूजाइट फॉर व्हीकल गिवन बाय द एम्प्लॉयर फॉर योर पर्सनल यूज. याद आ रहा है कुछ? पर्सनल यूज, इफ यू आर टेकिंग अ व्हीकल फ्रॉम द एम्प्लॉयर, इट सेज दैट 1800 rupees is the valuation of perquisite. And if it's over 1.6 cubic capacity, the perquisite is 2400. now मैडम बोलिए कि भाई इतना दिए आपसे लेंगे भी. अभी वो बोले 5000 रुपया एंड 7000 रुपया is the valuation of perquisite. But here this is not a gray area, this is a good thing. Now the valuation have increased. But अब देखिए 1.6 cubic capacity जो है, is it applicable for EVs? ईवी के लिए देयर इज नो क्यूबिक कैपेसिटी. तो इसका मतलब मेरा ऑफिस में ये बंदा जो है, ये स्कॉर्पियो ले रहा है, द आइस इंजन वाला, मैं ले रहा हूं BE6 BE9, दोनों का प्राइस इज सेम मोर और लेस. ही विल बी चार्ज हाउ मच? 7000 रुपीज पर मंथ. आई विल बी चार्ज हाउ मच? Nil, as per the act. अभी in the recent finance act of 2026, वहां पे वो बोले if you are having any electric vehicle given by your employer for your own purpose, irrespective of what the size of the car may be, you will be charged how much? As perquisite, it's 5000. अब सर यहाँ पे ग्रे एरिया क्या हुआ? द ग्रे एरिया इज सिंपल. देखो, इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल टाटा टियागो, इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल महिंद्रा BE9. महिंद्रा BE9 इज 35 lakhs. टाटा टियागो इज 5 lakhs. अगर 5 लाख का गाड़ी लिया, मेरा परक्यूजाइट कितना है? 5000. अगर 35 लाख का भी गाड़ी लिया, मेरा परक्यूजाइट कितना है? 5000. तो यहाँ पे हमारा सिस्टम ऑफ टैक्सेशन इज प्रोग्रेसिव इन नेचर. यहाँ पे दैट इज नॉट हैपनिंग. दिस इज समथिंग वी कैन टेल द गवर्नमेंट टू लुक इनटू. नाउ थैंक यू सो मच सोम्या फॉर गिविंग मी 3 to 4 minutes extra. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ravinder. Now I would like to request CMA Sudhanshu Shekhar Sahu sir to address.
Pen drive. Pen drive no ये direct लोगे अच्छा पेन ड्राइव के दो
Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, till the PPT of Sudhanshu sir comes up in this entire program of very short time, I forgot to thank three important people actually. That is the president of the institute, TCS Srinivas Prasad sir, and the vice president of the institute, Joshi sir, and TRD's tax research department's chairperson, Bhati sir. Because these all people are instrumental in making this process a great process. Thank you so much to all of these three people. Can we have a huge round of applause for all of them?
support करनी ଆପଣଙ୍କର control time ଗୋଟେ କାମ କରୁଛୁ ଗୋଟେ ସେଠି କରିଦେଇକି ସାର ସ୍ଲାଇଡ୍ ସେକେଣ୍ଡ ଦେଇଦିଅ ନା ସବୁ ଏଠି ଥାଉ ନା ସେଟା ଦଉଛୁ ନା ନା ସେଟା କରିଦଉଛୁ ନା ହଁ ଗୋଟେ ସେଭ୍ କରିକି ଅଛି ଲାଷ୍ଟରେ Good afternoon, everyone. Respected Chairman of the Bhubaneswar chapter, our Vivek sir, the past former President of India, President of our institute, Madam ARC Chairman Aruti Ganguly, Madam, and the already left the three power sector director of finance, and our also principal commissioner Saroj sir. He has given the good advice to us also, that also we'll be discussing on that. All the senior members present over here, my newly passed cost accountants, and all members present over here. It is a great opportunity given to me by the Institute of the Cost Accountant, the tax research department, as well as our Bhubaneswar chapter has organized this program. And also thanks to B.V. Naik sir, who has given the entire support to organize this program, starting from Raulkela and from this place. So is a big support for behind me to arrange this program. Thank you, B.V. Naik sir, for arrangement of this. The time constraint we are moving, almost the lunch time. The topic which has been given, the Income Tax Act 25 and the changes. Friends, already we have listened from the Avinash Kotni. He has already highlighted the small things that tax here. Actually, I want to highlight the, because when the provision is such a big area on that, particularly everybody is thinking it is a very simple, because huge sections has been reduced to, like your 819 section has been reduced to your 534 sections on that. So ultimately, what is the objective? Earlier, what benefit we are getting, now what benefit you will be losing, or you will be getting more on this. So ultimate objective is that we are going to compute my total income as well as tax liability. Similar also here, no difference on this. The only thing is here, ultimately the objective is to reduce the tax liability. How we are doing it? By allowing some exemptions, by giving some deductions, relief, rebate, all these things. Now same thing has been your put in a different schedules on this. Only, na? So the transformation has been done. So whenever there is some transformation changes places on this. Now the changes is a really, it is a challenges for all the professionals in the department. Now, how we are going to address on this? Whenever there is transformation, because last 1961 to 25, on the last 64 years, the changes we have been made. Now we are going to form a new area on that, new act. So ultimately, because whatever your now it is section or subsection, the proviso, the explanation, all these things has been removed. Okay. Now the major area being changes is the TDS part where it has been given. So ultimately, whenever we are reading the income tax law, basically we read the 5 things. I need to understand the Income Tax Act. Second, I should know the income tax rule. Third is that the relevant Finance Act and various your notification circulars and the case laws. With this aspect, if I have the 5 things, I can have the control over the tax. Now, the Income Tax Act 25 is ready, but Income Tax Rule 20, Income Tax Rule was not ready. Sir, it was in the draft stage, just on 28th, just 3-4 days, 3-4 days back, it is being notified by the official gazette. Now it has been notified. Now the act is not complete when the rules is not ready. Now the rules is ready, act is ready. But thing is that it is now, the time is not that, because we the professionals, we are not ready to, we are not equipped fully, we are not fully equipped, because the time is not been given, because this Income Tax Act 25 has been enacted, has been passed by your both House of Parliament in the month of August. So in the meanwhile, entire thing has not been come to our notice, and the rules was not been framed. Just like your 4-5 days back, the things has been come. Now it is like your it is not totally, it is not been boiled. Now it is every people now needs to give efforts from the professional sides. We the professionals, okay, need to be more attentive. They can also support from the department is required, because Soros sir because the energy he has been shown on that. The department side also, we must get the similar equal support on this. See, whenever there is change is there, so unless there is support from the department, because the SSC also, you will be in trouble. Because the very basic change has been made in your tax year. Everybody is thinking now the confusion has been gone. Sir, we are in that year is a very challenging year now. We are in the year 26-27. 26-27 is the assessment year previous year, or it is a tax year. Whenever I'll be filing the return of my last quarter, because my last quarter of this March, I need to pay the tax. By what date I will deposit? By 30th April. While I'll be filling the form, my TDS deposit I'll be doing that. I'll be mentioning I'll be depositing the assessment year. I cannot write the tax year. Similarly, here, go. The side. Full. For me, is the time in the costed because he has given such a lunch time. Everybody will be hungry for your lunch.
No, they have had snacks.
But still, then, because the time.
So you continue. You continue.
No, no,
Sir, slide.
Okay, yeah.
Which slide?
First, second slide.
Second slide.
Wait, can I think that?
Prakash Babu.
Correct. Chala. So what the madam is suggested, whenever there is change, like your Sitaraman madam is change on that, because the finance at 25, whenever there is changes taking place on this, okay, we will not change the principle. Even whatever 819 section is there, like it will come down to that 534. Principle will not be changed. Then how will accommodate? Entire thing being accommodate. How this thing be accommodate on that? Because we put into the your we have put into the various schedules. We have given like your 16 schedules being framed on that. What are the various because major issues were given in the section 10. Entire thing, whatever the exemption was given on that, it has been pulled into schedule 2, schedule 3 like that. So income, sorry, the income which will not be forming part of total income like that may be scheduled on that. Similarly, the income which will not be formed based on the person, like that, for example, any income I am getting from the HUF, the share I was getting will be exempted. So that part of income they made it schedule. Means entire thing is like your every heads of income, make it simple and put in a separate schedule also on that. So we need to understand the what are the various schedules being designed. So not only will read the heads of income, but also needs the schedule. What are the income need to be will be your not forming part of total income like that. That also need to be understood on this. So naturally, there is no change in the rate of tax. There is no change in the there will be no change in the tax policy, but it is a more you're friendly on that. The only thing is digital integration is there. Again, global alignment on that. So based on your requirement of the like whenever you are internationally things were moving on that, because the tax year objective is that madam was planning to go for your again the financial beginning from the first year on first April. Again, she might be planning to go for your 1st January because you like your calendar year. Might be future also that might be changing on that. Let's change color. Yes, sir. Change color. This will be more. It is a more structural changes are there, like a less conceptual. There is no change in the concept, but ultimately it has come into effect when from 1st April 26. Then the number changes already been known on that. But the major thing is that the new tools has been now the design on that. Like your TDS, entire thing they've been made 4 parts. Because made in various tables. He has given with tables, he has given formulas, so that it will be more the like any layman can understand. For that, he has made it more table and formula for easy interpretation. Will come later. Like your what the benefits being given on that? The most benefit is that the salaried people are the affected. So this time the salaried people has been given more benefit on that. So Income Tax Act, because again somebody is going old regime and new regime, that is there. Okay, but whenever you are opting for the new regime, now some valuation of perquisite, because all this under this section, your deductions on that, because the like your gratuity, leave, salary, all these things will forming part of deduction. And beyond that, some other benefits are there, they put into your income not forming part of tax, schedule 2 or the schedule 3 on this. Again, like what are the various allowances has been changed. The children education allowances, whatever you are showing on that, if you are going for the old on that, whatever 100 rupees you are disclosing now, they've increased to 3,000. Similarly, now the rent-free accommodation. The rent-free accommodation, its valuation. Whether you opt for the new or go for old one on this, but now there is a system has been introduced on that, indexation system from 23-24. Means whatever valuation been made in the first year, it needs to be indexed, or the value whichever is lower, that also need to be take care of that. Now the act has made it very clear on this. Similarly, whenever you're reading salary, any benefit given to the legal heir that was not being taxable were showing by a footnote. Now everything has been put in the table. So now any person may be simple, can be go and refer. Now these are not taxable, not forming part of taxable income. Similarly, those who are being your like your unforced employees, CICN, it was 4,250, was very nominal amount. Now multiplied by 10, 42,500 will be exempted. Like your transport allowances. So transport allowances, those who are being given for, even though whether you go for a new one, still then you will be getting like your, if you are a deaf or whoever orthopedically handicapped, still then that will be there for them. It will be there 8,000 rupees. Okay. Plus you will get DA on this. The rate has been changed on this. So now the salaried people plus the motor vehicle, somebody is being, you are being provided with the motor vehicle. Now the valuation of perquisite also will go up. So the new rule, whatever is been designed, all of you should go through that rules on that, and acquainted with the what is the amount on which you are required to pay the tax on that. Now it is a great challenge for all of us. Okay, now we'll have to acquainted again. The difficulty for me is that how I need to correlate with the section. Whatever the earlier section was there, now what is the corresponding section, what is there again the schedule I'll refer, which is the table, entire aspect when we link up, then only I can give a justice to my text, to my assessee whenever dealing with the things on that. It is a great challenge. Now it is all of us. Now as you will start new reading, everybody will be new fresh reader. Those who are the freshers, now they have totally nothing they have in their mind on that. But for us, old thing will be there, new thing will be there. We'll keep, and every finance act, now the madam will be going on changing, and keep a record of that where the changes is going to take place. Now major changes I will be taking place is the your whatever they are relating to TDS. Again, what is challenges we are going to face on this. Now again, the applicable to the timeline. What is the time effective of the new Finance Act is the 1st April 2026. In 1st April 26, what is the aspect I need to take care of that? What if the TDS I am deducting, it will be coming in the tax year. What if the advance tax I will be depositing, it will be coming in the tax year. I need to file the TDS return in the tax year. Then what's relating to assessment year, previous year, for that old one, that will also I have a list on this. Plus, I need to issue the relating to the various forms on that. People like his income tax certificates. Whenever you're going for your some certificates I require, then I need to give immediate. So TDS, TCS, advance tax, I need to take care immediately because I don't have time to go for the old one on that. That need to. So these are the two things on that. One part is that the basic concept income will be earning in the tax year will be charged to next year. That is one part. The year it will be complete, then only I'll be paying the next year. So I can wait 26, 27, I have a time, sufficient time. But relating to TDS, advance tax, and the various like your TCS, I don't have time. I need to comply immediately. And what are the forms required to be given? Again, the time limit, I need to act immediately. But the general provision, that next year we can go for that. Time limit, time is there. So already this is your new old income tax act, the TDS part on that. what the major changes corresponding? Now they have made it very limited number of sections, like your that they have reduced the numbers. Now, what are the challenges for 26-27? So all the like your company who are dealing with the tax or the taxpayer, he must be serious on this. Now, whatever TCS I've collected, so the TCS I've collected, I mistakenly mentioned deducted. The TCS I've collected during the month of March 26, I need to deposit by 7th April. Immediately, I need to take care of that. Similarly, the TDS has been deducted in March 26. So these are the activity I have noted down on this. So whenever the March 26, I need to deposit by 30th April. By 30th April, if I'm not depositing, then I need to pay some interest, something extra I need to give it. Similarly, I need to require the filing the quarterly TDS return. Which return? The Q4. Q4 of the like your previous year 20, like your 25, 26. The assessment will be 26, 27. So I need to file it before 31st May 26. This is relating to your assessment year and corresponding previous year. I must mention. But somebody is mentioning your tax year, again it will be go to the current year. Again it will be difficulty. So whenever the taxpayer is filling of any forms or depositing any TDS, he has to go for like your as if you are standing on the traffic 3 points. Like you stand on the red, then you go to your yellow, then go to green. Don't jump into the by confidently. Don't commit the mistake once again. Go to the again commit the mistake. Again correction. All this process it will take time. Again you will be in trouble. Particularly 26, 27 for us it is a very challenging year. Not only for the assessee, for the also department. Again so now the department also should help so that they must take the step of blocking on that. So like you're in when the digital system also, if block will be there, somebody is mentioning the previous year, then automatically the tax year should be closed. Like that type of digitization, like your system, AI should be taking care of that. I will request to the department friends will be here, they will be take care of that. Similarly, so the TCS quarterly return also time limit will be May 15th night to deposit. Similarly, whenever I deducted any TDS and TCS, I must issue the forms. I must issue your TDS certificate. The TDS certificate I need to issue the 16th day of the Q4. I need to be given by June 15th. Also, form 16 need to be given by June 15th. June 15th. By that, I need to take care of my financial. So my previous year 25, 26, my assessment at 26, 27. Again, I need to file the return, ITR return. Similarly, whenever I'm filing the return, I must deposit the self-assessment tax. I cannot deposit the tax for that tax year. So these are the small things to be take care of that. Self-assessment tax, then you file the return by 31st July. Again, the Sitaraman Madam has introduced. Also, you can go for your again August. Those who are your who are not subject to tax audit, they can also file by 31st August. Okay, so you can file return by 31st August relating to that. Again, 31st August, SSC not require audit. Then you can go for like your tax audit. It will be your 44 AB. Now then ITR by October, the company SSC. And after that also, you can go for bilateral return, revised return, updated return, and go for updating the return also, old updated return. But these are all relating to assessment year and previous year. Sting that will be continued. So don't think the new things has been come, we will not be look into that. So old will continue as well as the new will continue. Now what the new things I need to, but relating to tax year 26, 27. Now the current year in the month of April, whatever tax have been deducted from the employee or the contractor, whatever is there, I need to deposit in the name of the tax year by 7th of the May of that. Instead of writing your assessment previous, all these things that should be blocked on this. Similarly, payment of advance tax. No advance tax required to be given by Patnaik sir because you are senior citizen only having pension or salary income. But if you are being engaged in the business, if you are doing farm and that, need to pay the advance tax also. Now, if you are depositing advance tax, then you need to pay by the 15th June. 15th June, you supposed to pay that advance tax, but the advance tax to be deposited in the name of your in the name of tax year. It cannot be previous year assessment year. It will not be fined on that. Similarly, you need to file the TCS return. Okay, then Q1 once you have been TDS and TCS, you have been collected. I need to also file the return corresponding by 15 July. That to comply. So I need to do the old thing. Also, I need to do the current year also. They both are things, but one is relating to assessment year. This will be relating to my tax year. Simultaneously, you must issue the tax certificate. Somebody, if you have been collected the TDS or collect TCS have been collected, issue the certificate to them also. The time limit rule is that you will be by July 30th. On that, you need to by July 30th, you need to issue the certificate on the TCS certificate. In case of TDS, form number 131. These are all 16 forms. Name has been changed to 130, 131, like 132. Now, these are your difficulty will come to us. So the numbers, now there is change in the numbers. These are the things need to be take care of that. So now if you will be searching for 16, you will get something else. Like your filing TDS return second quarter, third quarter accordingly, you can issue the certificate accordingly. If you are deducting them, but Form 16 will come only next year. After the end of the year only, that you need not to worry for my salary employees, the other contractor, all these things, whatever deducted, I need to take care immediately once to the end of the quarter. Issue the certificate also. These are the major challenges for the tax year. Okay, if at all you are collecting income tax, like your advance tax or TDS, TCS, take care of that. Even whenever you're going for certificate on that, for example, you are going out utilization certificate. Again, it will be relating to tax year only. It cannot be relating to my previous year, which already been year is closed. Now, being the professional, this challenge need to be very much take care of that. Now, the major changes being taken place in the TDS, longest section on that. Entire thing they've been put into your, like your one section 393 on that, 391, 392, like that, very few sections. But within that section, okay, they've been made 4 parts. One part is the payment to resident, that is 8 category. Again, is a different line item. Second thing is that payment to non-resident, 17 line items are there. You know to go to the line items on that. Then your next is their payment to any person. Again, 7 line items. Then fourth is that no TDS is required, 19 items. Though you require to go to the line items on that, and every item you will find very notes on that. Again, linking of others. Additional reading, notes to every item, notes to that section, and interpretation you will find on that. So these your major challenges is again tedious. Even earlier we are getting in one place. Now, even though it is entire thing, all the section putting in one section, by putting you are required to give the various table you are required to refer. Again, same threshold limit is there, no TDS required. All the condition are same thing on this. Like earlier, certain item, for example, if you are giving any commission brokerage, for example, while you are there is no TDS is required to be deducted if I am going to give to MTNL BSNL agency on that. So now this is forming part of the next last part. No TDS is required, like that clearly mentioned. Now, because any layman, because it is being make it very simple for the who do not have any much idea on that, he can refer the table accordingly. Whether TDS is required to be deducted, not required to be deducted, he has to refer to the four parts on that. Which table is the correct for him simultaneously? No TDS, that part. And everywhere you will find limit. Sorry. So these are the first one of the example is the 4 line item on that. That 8 items, either commission, brokerage, any payment to resident on that, rent, all these things. There is threshold limit is there. Income from capital market, interest on that. Now they've been made 194C, whatever earlier it was their contractor. Our 194J is a professional technical service. All these things they've put in one. one block on that. So we are thinking it is reduced, but the only thing is that the repetition of section that merging it looks to be similar. They're putting in the one box on that. Again, within that you will find different tables and need to refer to the various notes. Let's see, really it is a like payment to contractor fees on that. Earlier whatever 194G, now we'll come to that. Now payment to non-resident on that. Similarly, all these items are there, payment to non-resident, clearly mentioned on that. 17 line items need to refer on that. And simultaneously, in the TDS also they've been changed. No TDS required to be deducted on that if it is called motor vehicle claim on that. No TDS is the current year 26 effective from your this year 21 for 26. No TDS. Simultaneously, in the finance year 26 it has been changed. The TDS if you are going to non-resident for immovable property. Earlier, even though no TAN is required, if the PAN based on that, within that PAN also they can give it 190 for IA, whatever it was there, more than 50 lakhs, you are required to purchase the property on the immovable property. Now they also you can, that will be your PAN based on that. Now, the TDS return or the TCS return have been filed earlier, I can rectify. If something I have been done, I was rectifying within a period of 6 years. Now the time limit has been changed, it will be done only within 2 years. The time limit is now changed to 2 years. We can, in the tax year relates to that, whatever is there, there will be 2 years and need to be corrected on that. Earlier, lower TDS certificate. Somebody has, if you want, for example, you do not have the tax liability, we want to deduct the lower tax liability certificate, but you need to go to the assessing officer, then only you will allow. Only few cases. Now you can, everybody can apply on the online on that. If you condition satisfying on that, you can go for the lower rate of tax or no deduction certificate. This is a new changes on that. Like you can get the certificate electronically. You can apply and get this certificate. Now, in the Finance Act also, before coming to that, actually, major changes, madam, has been clarified on that, like particularly our business profession, the capital gain, the already 14 years told on that, simplified in the your various types of assets. Either you go for 12 months or the 24 months, except the slump sale, whatever is there. But otherwise, earlier it was a lot of confusion was there. Now, Finance Act 25 already been clarified. Now, it will be easy so that in the Act itself will take care of that. Similarly, your TCS, now the rate of TCS earlier 157, now in the your Finance Act 1 for 26, everything they made it to your 2% standardized. So they will make it simple so that you need not to get confused on that in the rate itself. Now, similarly, what is always the like your difficulty for that? Earlier, if you are committing any mistake, not deducting TDS, not like or not depositing or deposited, not issue the certificate. Every time we are getting threatened for the your we are always fearing, apprehending, and prosecution. Like your everywhere you will find a penalty as well as your prosecution. Now the prosecution concept has been changed. Now if it your amount imprisonment will be there if the demand amount is more than 10, if your TDS amount, whatever the tax amount is more than 10 lakhs only, this imprisonment will come. If it is below 10 lakhs, need not have to, that will not be allowed. No imprisonment. Otherwise, the 3 months imprisonment for the TDS, TCS, all provisions are there. Now that has been taken care of that. Now the madam has been changed. Now it will be more than 10 lakhs, then only imprisonment will come. Avinash, how long we can go further continue? I have 5 minutes. The lunch already. Now we can complete. No issue. Now we can. Now because the finance, like your income tax at 25 is the most is the AI driven. If AI driven is that, actually the integrated compliance. Now the department actually is like AI. Whatever will automatically come, it will be your faceless. It will be modern dispute resolution systems are there. Again, the now already Mahapatra sir has already told in the first session on that. Now there is a like your department also required to be your upgrade. When we are going to upgrade on that, now the department also support is required. So the training like that, so we can request that like whenever any change, like this is a transformation of the changing timing on that. So you should have the hub everywhere, like all the institute premises on that. Like any, like your we should have like when in the GST time there will be some your like a help desk was there, like any issues relating to your GST that can be clarified. Similarly, whenever the new changes is going to be come on that, naturally some help desk system should be introduced so that this will be taken care of that. So that people like your taxpayer, this confusion can be avoided, and like your, because otherwise it cannot be imposed one-sided on that. Somebody is doing mistake means I'll put you penalty, imprisonment, all these things are. Now it is more user friendly on that. So that will be your more, there will be. Now it will be a more structural transformation, power in that technology and data analytics on that artificial intelligence, but still needs more intervention of that, because we are on the such a subject on that. Okay, tax, nobody gives voluntarily. We the side people, we have no alternative to that. We are bound to give because we are getting in black and white. But the any other person, like that other person who are escaping, there no system. Even I will tell you now, even the property I am going to sell it. Even in the Bhubaneswar, that because based on the registration at the time registration stamp duty, these information go to your like SFT transaction on that, like your statement of financial transaction. If all people, unless he gives on that, all the income tax department will come to know on that. Unless it will shown on the AIS, TIS, so naturally people will get automatically there will be conscious when it will be shown in the AIS. Earlier people are escaping tax evasion. Even earlier return, those who are filing returns and current return, it's quite different. Earlier you are not asking who is the landlord, what is the address of that. Even ATC also you have not deposited the insurance premium receipt also. Now everything there, which insurance company you have been taken, what is the name of the insurance number on that. If you are going for ATC, government discouraging because you are asking the detail on that. Naturally, all these things can be take care of that. Now AI will ask you all the details and you will capture on that. Now it requires to be more strengthening of that, like your system should be more robust, then only take care of that. जी बात तो। So it will be more reduction, but ultimately we need to take care of the reduction, the litigation of that. But still, then if mistakes were not going to restrict it, natural litigation will go on this. Because again, small things we are thinking that my tax year and assessment year, previous year, all these things will continue. Like when notice will come relating to 148, 147, department will give the assessment year. Again, somebody will ask you the tax year. Well, because tax year, all notice will come only next year onwards. In 27, 28. But earlier, you need to remember, like your 147 reassessment, all this time limit, unless that will over, still 6-year time limit for the reassessment. You need to remember old. So we cannot forget, because the new phrases they may forget on that. So we need to address both the things on this. So basically, return file AI, I think then like that. Now, it requires a risk on that. Whenever AI is involved, the various risks are being involved. Where I will get the data? Now, the bank and the financial institution. Now, so if I am going to my income tax at 25 to be more successful, unless bank and the financial institutions, and this my stock exchange, though, actually, now if I am filing the return, now everybody is filing return ITR 1, easy for that. Now, sir also has got some mutual fund income. Sir also has got SIP. People go for ITR 2, who will fill up this 10 pages form on that? Now, ITR 1 maybe is more simple, so that any layman can go for that. Like they may include those mutual fund, small things on the ITR 1, so that everybody will take care. Even if, as it is, the amount is small, department also not coming any notice on that. Otherwise, time will come, If any AI, because AI do not know no amount on this, he may issue the notice. Go on complying on that. Again, more litigation will come on this. Yes, launching. Then GST network, property registered on this, insurance companies, mutual fund, and this all these things is that. Now everything is PAN based, salary data, bank interest, all these security transactions, property transaction, GST turnover. Now whenever you're filing the return of your my income tax, my GST return, everything should be in one platform. Earlier it was not being linked up earlier. Now these things need to take care of that. Now AI will otherwise catch hold of you. Now it will be from the department side also. When ITR should be pre-filled, so there's no scope to change on that. When it will be your ITR 1 we are doing it, so ITR 2, 3, if it will be pre-filled, so naturally scope of changing like your assessment previous said, this need to be taken care of that. SFT reporting, if SFT reporting is correct, naturally they like your statement of financial transaction. So naturally people cannot escape from tax. Now, after the Modi government is there, all the efforts been changes on that how to black money, because the Black Money Act, when its rate has been changed on that, the 60% will come down to 30% on this. The only thing is that your black money voluntarily you can disclose, come voluntarily disclosure of that. All these things. So faceless. Chalo, all in lunch is ready. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, sir. Thank you, Naik sir, again for giving me the opportunity here. Thank you, Chairman.
Just a minute, be seated once. Can you show that picture? Yes, welcome. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank our terrific speaker Sudhanshu sir for his insightful discussion on the entire process of income tax, its scrutiny assessment, and lots of other assessments. I would like to thank in absentia the president of our institute, CMA TCA Srinivas Prasad sir. I would also like to thank in his absentia CMA Neeraj Joshi sir, the vice president of the institute. I would like to thank CMA Rajendra Bhati sir, chairman of Direct Taxation Committee, in his absence. I would like to thank our immediate past president Nayak sir. I would like to thank all the dignitaries who have received the invitation and have come to us. Abhay Kumar Bevria sir, Saroj Kumar Mahapatra sir, Srikant Kumar Sahu sir, Gagan Bihar Ismai sir, Khiro Chandra Nanda sir, Aarti madam, and all the EARC officials, Damodar Mishra sir, Uttam Naik sir, and our speaker, Sudhanshu Kumar Sahu sir. And I would like to thank the entire management committee of Bhubaneswar chapter led by our chairman, CMA Sarat Kumar Behra sir. And I would like to thank all the audience for the patient hearing of this 3 plus hours of income tax outreach program. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Your lunch is arranged in our building in the second floor. Please go and take your lunch, and all of you are requested to come back soon. All the cost accountants who are going to be felicitated today, have your lunch and come back soon in just 45 minutes. Huh? New cost accountants. Newly passed cost accountants are requested to come soon after the lunch. CMAs, people in the back, all CMAs at the back, please come and take your seats very fast. All CMAs are requested to take their seats with their parents. Please be fast. Bagi.